Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Sunday stream. Hope everyone had a good weekend so far. Scatters in chat, assembles in chat. Jordanian, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, there's a new feature on Twitch, isn't there? I see your guys' watch streaks now. Okay. That's kind of neat. What's up, everybody? How are you guys doing? I played Pokemon all weekend. See, that's kind of where I'm at as well. So the thing is, because I've started streaming Pokemon, now I feel like I can't play off stream. So I can't really, I can't get addicted to it as much as I maybe would otherwise. But we're playing more of it later today, so that's fine. I am trapped. Yeah, I'm kind of trapped. I don't know how I feel about that, but streaming it is fun, so I don't mind it too much. Anyways, we're doing some Yu-Gi-Oh first. We've got some stuff lined up for today. Not a crazy day in terms of news and all that stuff, so we don't have a whole lot we have to get through. So I figured I would get around to some things I just feel like doing at the moment, some fun stuff in the Yu-Gi-Oh space that I've been wanting to do. So mainly what I mean by that is I wanna do some Genesys yapping, because I'm still excited for that format. And then we're also gonna create a cube later, because that is a project that I've been wanting to do for a long time. And what I mean by that is I wanted to have my own cube to bring with me to tournaments and play with friends and stuff like that, and I just never had it. And I've always told myself, you should make one. You should really make one. And I've never gotten around to doing it. So I don't know how much work it is, honestly. I don't know if it's like something we can do in one sitting, but like I think it's something we can. And then I thought to myself, why not do it on stream? Because I think the concept of a cube is very fun. And even though I don't know if everyone is familiar with it, but we can talk about it. I can explain it, and then we can maybe work on a cube together, and then I might I'll build it. I'll get all the cards. I'll build it IRL, and then I might even be able to record some content with it. Like use the GoPro while drafting and stuff. But I think it's gonna be fun, and it doesn't have to be perfect the first time around I build it. I think a cube is something that you build and then you make adjustments along the way, and that's fine. So yeah, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. So let's warm up and get started, shall we? Ooh, old card. It's not Shark Torpedo, is it? It's something Torpedo. Torpedo Fish? No. I'll skip it. Okay. Yep. Muka Muka. Goyo Emperor? Goyo King? Goyo Chaser? Chaser, okay. I don't know this card. Burnout. That looks like a gift card. Oh. Some zombie related. I don't know the name. Doombearer Psychopompus. Okay. Not an easy start today. Oh, that's Ragnar Zero. Okay, I could have gotten that. That is Vespinato. I've seen this. It's a fire monster. Dragonic Guard. Ooh, it's the map that has the blue eyes on it. Oh god, what is that called? Ancient Rule. Yeah. It's the one that just specials a vanilla from your hand, right? This is Moray. Piercing Moray. That is Gamma Seal. That's a fairy. But I don't know its name. Royal Knight? Could be Royal Knight. Something Noble Arms. Yeah. Ooh, this feels familiar. Shifting and yeah. Gingerbread House. Yeah. This is Aroma Berga, yeah, Bergamot. Is this yugioh friendship? No. Symbol of friendship? Blast fan, I think. Please. Yes. What is this? Oh, that's a Vendrid. Vendrid. Revenger? Revenants? A Vendrid Savior? Vendrid Scavenger? Okay. That is Pain Gainer. I don't know this one. Vylon Segment. W Saturday stream? Yeah, W Saturday stream on a Sunday. Could you believe that? That's Zombie World. That's not Zombie World? I still think it's Zombie World. Okay, it's not Zombie World. Return of the Zombies. Okay, that looks so much like Zombie World. That is a Megalith card. Megalith promotion? Fool. You fool! Yeah. Heroic Challenger, maybe, but no, Junk Servant. Okay. Pseudospace. ADOS? Simoon? Well, it says 0 through 003. Nope. Okay. I've been baited. I've seen this one though. I don't know what it's called though. Lilybot. I think that is a heroic challenger now. Yeah. Extra sword. Fluffle. That is a Fluffle, but which one? Sheep? Why does it have wings if it's Fluffle sheep? Dude, that's World Legacy. Crusadia Vanguard? Could be. Good call. Crystal Beacon? No. Crystal Release? Lone Wolf, maybe? Yeah. I think that's Brushfire Knight. No. Dawn Knight? No. What the Dust Knight? Eh? It's exactly the card I thought it was. But what is it called? Altitude Knight. Eh? I've never heard that name before, but I've seen it. Is that Power Tool? Please be Power Tool. Nice. That is Alien. Alien Warrior, yes. This is Final Battle? No. Sleeping Battle of Sleeping Spirits, is that? Yeah. Hmm. That is a gladiator beast. Weapon. Is it Gladius? Gladiator beasts battle Gladius, yeah. Magispector? Oh, it's a spell. Magispector. I think that's Storm. Yeah. Mystic Walk. That is beginning of the end. Is that a Numeron gate? Ekam. 1. Okay. It could be Cosmo Brain, but I'm not sure. It is Cosmo Brain. Nice. This is. It's not Amazonas. It's like something assassin, right? Lady Assailant, not assassin. Lady Assailant of Flames, yeah. Cell phone? Ooh, that's old. Oh, that's old. That's a trap. It's like Chaos Greed. Yeah. Oh, that's an Altergeist. I recognized it very late. That could be Sonata. It is a Melodious. Toolbox. Oh, a quest. Unhappy girl? Unhappy maiden? 50-50 lost. This is Tri-Eyed Dice. It's not. One-Eyed Dice? No. That is the Speedroid. Red-Eyed Dice. Oh, I didn't know there was two. Oh, okay. I've seen this guy before, but I don't know its name. Metronome? Right. It was. I knew it was a wordplay. Stonehenge? Nice. Is it the ritual spell for the fires, the old fire ritual thingy? The problem is, I have no idea what it's called. I think it is the ritual spell for I don't even know his name. Incandescent Ordeal. This is Ground Collapse. This is a Bujin spell. Transcendence? No. Bujin Fidel? The Dragoonity. Don't know his name. One of the synchros. Lewin. And that's a Perform a Pal. Could be Trump Witch? No, Trump Girl? Trump Girl, okay. Well, we got very close to 1,000 points again. It was a good round. It was not bad. We had like, I think it was like in the beginning there was a bad streak. Otherwise we would have gotten to 1K. But my average is going up. No, it's not washed. It's not washed. 943 is not washed. It was good. Shut up. Wait, this seems familiar. This was the same situation we were in yesterday. It was a dark monster that was in the last 9 years and high level, high attack, high defense. What did I do yesterday? I don't remember, but we're doing Danger and Nessie right now. Ooh, okay. Level 7 dark from 2016 or 17. Wait, is Phantasmate 2017? 19? Okay. Okay. Level 7 dark monster from 2016 or 17. It is just an effect monster, so it can't be like Yazi because it's not a synchro. Otherwise, the effect thingy would be yellow. Is Chaos Hunter a 7 or an 8? Chaos Hunter is a 7, but Chaos Hunter is also from like 2008, if I had to guess. Chaos Hunter 2011. Okay, never, not quite, but still way older. Maybe some Red Eyes monster. Did they get Red Eyes support in 2016 or 17? I mean, it's possible. Red Eyes Toon Dragon. Oh, Toon is a thing. I didn't know Toon was a thing here. Okay, well, still a good guess. It is 2017. 2017 level 7 Dark Monster. Was there anything meta relevant in 2017 like that? I don't know. Magician of Dark Illusion. Dark Magician Legacy support is not a bad guess because I think the stats would match because it would be 2500 attack, 2100 defense, right? So like it would match. Magician of Dark Illusion is from 2016, so that's not it. A DDD? Wouldn't most DDD be pendulums though? Is there a level 7 DDD from 2017 that isn't a pendulum? Master Plan? No, Master Plan, the stats don't work out. Kaiser? Which Kaiser? That was a good guess, but it wasn't it. Dude. It's not a fiend, so it's probably not a DDD. It's got... Dude, I don't know what this is. World Armor? What is World Armor? Ah, okay. Dude, whenever I see this card, for whatever reason, I always think it's called World Legacy World Hand. I feel like I've done this at least 3 times in the card guesser where this card came up and I've tried to call it the World Hand. For some reason, yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's because maybe it's because it is a large hand and all of the other freaking World Legacy cards are basically called after exactly what they are, like World Wand, World Shield, or whatever. Okay, we've got time today, so let's do the Matrix, shall we? We haven't done this one in a couple of days. Also, Savas, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. We are, oh, Cybers, my favorite category. I'm so lucky to return to this game on this exact day. We're looking for Beast or Spellcaster, Cybers, Fiend, and then the categories up top are mentions both Negate and Graveyard, mentions both Banish and Deck or Extra Deck, mentions both Destroy and Special Summon. Okay. Rescue Cat. Yeah, okay. We got that one out of the way. Mentions both Banished and Deck Extra Deck. Rescue Rabbit. Yeah. Mentions both Negate and Graveyard. Beast or Spellcaster that mentions Negate and Graveyard. Well, okay, I'm not going to use Effect Veiler, because that's going to have, like, infinite. Right? Is there another Rescue that mentions both? What else is there? Rescue Ferret? I don't think Rescue Ferret mentions Graveyard. I don't even know if the monsters you summon off of Rescue Ferret are negated. What about the Rescue, Hedgehog? The White Forest Tuners? The White Forest Tuners do summon themselves from the graveyard and their effects are negated. That's true. That's true. We can do Rusia. Nice, 2%. Good call. Okay, Fiend. Mentions Destroy and... Okay, I'm going to use a Burning Abyss here. I'm going to use... Alich. 0%. Nice. Because there's so many BAs. I'm sure a lot of people are using BAs there, but there's so many different ones that all say Special Summon and Destroy, so... A fiend monster that mentions negate and graveyard. A fiend monster that mentions negate and graveyard. Sangan? Sangan does not mention that. Desiree does mention both of those. That's a good point. But surely Desiree is a popular guess. Surely Desiree is a pretty popular guess. Spirit of Yubel. Spirit of Yubel does work. Yeah, sure. Let's go Spirit of Yubel. Oh, it doesn't negate. Of course, it changes the effect. I'm dumb. I got one guide. Goddess. Yes. Underworld Goddess. 16%? That's probably worse than Desiree. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, well. Mentions both banish and deck or extra deck. A fiend monster that mentions banish. There's Farfa, but Farfa does not mention deck or extra deck. I don't think. Eater of Millions? Eater of Millions works. Yeah, sure. %. Okay, people really remember Eater of Millions? That's crazy. Cybers! Mentions banish and deck or extra deck. Okay, I mean, we can use any freaking malice here, right? Any malice basically works. Except March Hare? Except March Hare. Yes, March Hare does not work. Okay, let's do Jessie Cat. 9%. Okay. Mentions destroy and special summon. Destroy and special summon. Access code. Does access code mention special summon? Because I don't think it does. I think access code mentions link summon. Because I don't think access code I don't think access code would say special summon. Right? It just says if this card's link summoned, target this, you know? Allied code? I don't think allied code mentions destroy because allied code negates and banishes. I'm pretty sure. Raging Phoenix works, yeah. Yeah. Mentions negate and graveyard. Aggregator. Nice. We only picked the most popular choice in Salamangreat, Raging Phoenix, and Eater of Millions out of all things. I didn't expect those two to be the most popular answers in their categories, but okay. The rest was pretty decent. Underworld God, wait, Underworld Goddess 16%. Desiree had 27. Okay, right. Eater is actually popular. I mean, it makes a little bit of sense because the deck that played Eater of Millions, like those decks they used to be very popular. It was like, I think Eater of Millions was played in like Gren Maju, and it was also, what else? Was there another deck that played it? I feel like Invoked sometimes did. when it first came out, or Trickstar. Like there was a couple of decks that didn't need the extra deck that much that played Eater of Millions, and like people loved those decks. Wow. It was an FTK in Master Duel. Oh yeah, people did play it in DD Dynamite or whatever it was. Dude, I early Master Duel days were something else. All right. Well, gamers, today we don't have any news to talk about because there's not that many news on a Sunday. Apparently, we don't have any new cards to look at. We don't have any new crazy announcements to take a look at or anything like that. So we can just jump into a cozy Sunday stream. The things we're gonna do today. Are the following. I want to talk about Genesys format a little bit. I have a Genesys deck profile coming out today or tomorrow, depending on when it's done. For Runic Radiant Typhoon, because that is a deck that I really want to take a look at in Genesys format and play it more. I've played it already a little bit and it's very fun. The thing is, Genesys format at the moment is in a situation that I guess it's going to be in more frequently than the advanced constructed format, because everyone, or at least the way I feel about it right now is like I'm kind of waiting for the new points update, right? Because they have announced a points update soon, and so it's kind of like in this situation where like there's a lot of ideas that I want to build, but I also I'm kind of waiting for the next update. But yeah. So that's something I want to talk about today, as like what kind of changes I expect and what kind of decks I want to build in Genesys format and so on and so forth. How is Pokemon so far? It's been fun. It's not like the most insane game I've ever played, but it's fun. It's entertaining. It's chill to play on stream. You know, it's a fun casual experience, and I just want to play more, and I guess that means I'm enjoying it. So I like it. Bodied by Pichu. No, I caught the Pichu yesterday. Okay, it only took me 3 or 4 of them that ran away. Do you think Branded will do much with the new deck about to drop? Funnily enough, no. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because I've said this in the past. The way I feel about Branded is that I think Branded is an archetype that in terms of power level is pretty well balanced at this point. Literally the only thing I dislike about Branded is the fact, you know, Sanctifier is still a thing to give your opponent some locks or whatever. But generally, as like overall, I think Branded as a lore archetype and in terms of like just deck design and so on, I think is in a pretty healthy spot. You know, I don't want Branded to be much stronger than what it is right now, and I also don't think Branded is bad at all. Like you do see Branded variations pop up even in the current format. Branded Draco Tail, even though it's arguably more of a Draco Tail deck than a Branded deck, you still see Branded every once in a while. So I wouldn't have wanted the new Branded structure to just make Branded like tier 1 again by giving them some crazy new cards, because realistically Branded already has a lot of good cards, and I don't think it needed much to compete. So I don't think the new Branded structure is going to make it like tier 1. I think it's going to stay where it is right now, which is around the tier 2 level, which is still, I definitely think Branded is still good enough to compete. I think people are just not playing Branded at the highest level because it's not quite good enough for that, but I do think it's good enough to like win locals, top regionals, maybe even day 2 or top YCSs. So as a budget option, it's something that you could very much recommend. You know, it's not the easiest deck to play, so I don't know how good it really is for beginners. But even then, like, I don't think it's too hard to really learn, right? It's like a fine deck. I think the power level of the deck is well designed at the moment, and I think it's a good deck, and it's going to be pretty budget with the new structure deck. So I think we're going to see a surge in branded decks at like locals and regionals, because people are going to be able to afford this deck, which is really nice. But I don't think it's going to be able to like break into like to be considered a top deck in the format, which I guess from that perspective, the structure deck is a little bit worse than maybe some branded fans would have hoped for, because the new cards are, especially the spell card, right? Let me pull up the Chronicles deck because it's coming out soon, right? The Chronicles deck. Playing branded at a very high level is super fun and rewarding. Yeah, I agree with that. For the most part, that's true. I think the only exception to that rule is that as you know, as it goes in Yu-Gi-Oh, very often when branded is a top tier deck, the best way to play branded usually includes playing a lock for Sanctifier, right? That's just how it's been. You know, you play against branded, and if branded is in the format, you have a lot of enjoyable games with and against it. However, Sanctifier is legal, and therefore, you know, some crazy stuff happens that's not very enjoyable. So that's the problem with branded becoming a top tier deck, and that's basically. It's funny how one singular card in Sanctifier Dragon can basically kind of like ruin the perception of a deck in a competitive environment, right? But yeah. Other than that, I think the most impactful thing in this deck, in my opinion, is this card. We've talked about this card before. Funnily enough, this card doesn't benefit branded as much, but it's a good card in branded. You might play it, but I think other decks are going to play this. The Fallen and the Virtuous. That card I'm very excited to play. I think this is going to be a basic. I could see this being a staple card in a lot of Genesys decks. Because it is super generic removal that even goes +1. And not only is it removal, but it's also removal for basically everything. Like this part is super underrated, where it's any face-up card, you know? It might not be as important in Genesys format because we have less continuous floodgates in Genesys. But in general, like the difference between being able to destroy just monsters or just spell traps, or being able to do both, is pretty big, because, you know, this does not only does it remove monsters from the board, it also counters field spells, it counters continuous spells, it counters floodgates, it counters Apophis the Swamp Deity in Genesys format, for example, which is not something that a lot of removal spells do unless you're playing dedicated spell trap removal, which is not always good in every matchup, right? Is this that much better than Final Bringer of the End Times? Yes. If they're both 0 points, then this card is infinitely better than Final Bringer of the End Times, unless you're maybe playing Fire King. But this card is Final Bringer of the End Times, but instead of having to pop one of your own cards for it, you don't have to do that, and you go +1 in the end phase. So yes, it is that much better than Final Bringer of the End Times, because on paper, Final Bringer of the End Times is a -1, whereas this card is a +1. So obviously, it's a lot better than Final Bringer of the End Time. And not only is it a +1 in the end phase, it's actually a good +1 in the end phase, because it gives you another copy of itself face down. So it is what's it called? It's follow-up disruption. Is there a good 0-point target in Genesys that sets another copy? Yeah, I'll be on a 0 points. At the moment. I'll be on a 0 points in Genesys. So this is, and honestly, I feel like this is a card that potentially could even see play in Advanced Constructed. Although I don't know, like, this is a very honest Yu-Gi-Oh card, I would call it. I guess let me explain what I mean by that. Like, this card basically it's a non-engine card that it's a board breaker. It's a very fair exchange. Even though this card does go +1, it is a very fair exchange that you're having with your opponent. You know, it's like, okay, I use this one card to destroy your one other card, and in the end phase, I can generate a +1 out of it. But I also need you know, extra space for it, and it's not a starter, not an extender, not an auto win card. Not an answer to a crazy board that my opponent has made. Not the craziest of disruptions, right? It's very, very good, but it doesn't do any one thing particularly well. It's just an all-rounder card, basically, right? And that, in my opinion, is what you want in Genesys format, because I feel like Genesys format is more about those types of interactions, whereas in Advanced Constructed it's just more about like starters, extenders, blowout cards in general, right? Like there's more. We are moving at the moment with Advanced Constructed. We are moving in a direction where there is more and more blowouts that are happening, right? Like the more of the fair cards are starting to feel underwhelming, whereas the blowouts are more decisive in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? It's like you think of cards and you think of like, what are the really good non-engine cards at the moment? You know, it's almost all of them are more like blowout cards, you know, like lingering effects or negate everything at once. You know, Fuvalos, Droll Lockbird, Dark Ruler No More, Droplet, Nibiru, all those cards that are considered actually really strong non-engine are usually more like you need like one card that deals with a lot of things at once, because otherwise, you know, like if every one card combo creates a card advantage of 5, then of course I can't trade 1-for-1 with my non-engine, right? That doesn't make sense. And so that's one of the reasons why cards like Effect Veiler and Imperm have been feeling progressively worse over time. And I honestly don't. I think we are gonna head into a direction where eventually they're gonna have to upgrade those cards, because they're just not gonna feel as good anymore, right? Like the non-engine. If the engines in Advanced Constructed do more, then the non-engine also has to start doing more, right? And even Ash Blossom, to an extent, we've talked about this a couple times in the last couple of days, where Ash Blossom defensively doesn't even feel that good anymore, right? Like you go second and you have an Ash Blossom, and most Yu-Gi-Oh decks will not care about that one Ash Blossom. Like going second and one Ash Blossom is your only non-engine, you are not looking pretty a lot of the times, unless you get very lucky. And this is the same thing, right? This card is like that. If you go second in Advanced Constructed and you have this card, it's not going to win you the game. Not at all. Against like a meat support, a yummy board, a yummy meat support or whatever. You do not win with this kind of card. So I don't know how good the chances for this card are in Advanced Constructed, outside of Branded as like a standalone card. But in Genesys, it's awesome. Genesys is different there. Ash is very strong in that format. Yes, Genesys is... in Genesys, the engine operates at a lower power level. So what your non-engine has to do, the bar is also lower for that, basically. It's a pretty simple concept, actually. Like if every deck has crazy one-card combos in Advanced Constructed, then you can definitely see why you're not going to try to trade 1-for-1 with a deck where every card creates a card advantage of +5 or something. How is Molcharmi Fuvalos only 5 or 7 points in Genesys format? And you asked this question, even though if you look at Genesys format decks, you don't see Fuva very often. So because your question indicates that Fuva is under costed, right? Like you're saying like, how is it only 7 points? And the thing is that these blowout cards, these basically one card lingering effect, if my opponent is doing a lot, I try to counter that, are only good if decks are actually trying to do a whole lot. If decks operate at a lower power level, then these cards don't actually see play. They're not actually optimal if my opponent is trying to do less. And this is, for example, this is how, if you ever asked yourself the question, why did Droll and Lockbird only start seeing play years after it was printed, for example? Like, Droll and Lockbird is a card that came out in like 2010 or something, or 2011, and it didn't really see a lot of play until, I don't know, when did we really start playing Droll and Lockbird? 2018, 2019, around that. It was very, very briefly played, maybe during Spellbook format in 2013, but that was only for one format, and then it immediately vanished after that. And then in 2015, when Necros came out, which was all about searching, people didn't play a lot of Droll and Lockbird. Some people did, but not many. And then in, I guess, 2017 Spiral, 2018 Goki is when people started playing Droll and Lockbird like actually, right? And so, like, basically these cards always depend on other decks trying to do a whole lot. So when the game was slower and when decks weren't trying to search 10 times per turn yet, obviously Droll and Lockbird was a pretty bad card. And I think that's basically how these cards also came to exist. That's why in 2011 it was okay, technically from the perspective back then, it was okay to print a card like this, because back then, as the designer of Droll and Lockbird, it really was just like a mediocre card that wasn't good against a lot of decks, but it was a way to counter maybe certain strategies like Dark World that were trying to go a little too crazy, right? And so that was what Droll and Lockbird was for the longest time. However, the game has evolved into a direction where it's gotten more and more powerful, and decks have gotten stronger. And now even the tier 2 decks, or even the decks that we consider mid-range, might search 5 times in a turn. And all of a sudden, Droll and Lockbird is not like a silver bullet against some decks. It becomes a card that beats like almost every deck, or not necessarily beats, but like has a use case against almost every deck. And that's the funny thing. Like, even the decks that we consider Droll to be bad against, it's not always that bad against. Like, you get some value out of Droll and Lockbird even against the decks that it's supposed to be not the best against, right? Like, back then, if Droll and Lockbird was bad in a matchup, it was unusable bad in a matchup because the deck just didn't try to search more than once per turn. That happened frequently. Nowadays, every matchup you have a chance to activate Droll, usually. I guess unless it's like maybe Labyrinth or something like that, right? But yeah. And the same is true for Max C. You know, like you look back at, you know, of course, from nowadays perspective, Max C is probably the best card in the game in Master Duel. It has a usage rate of, I saw the statistics on like being posted like last week again, because they always post them when they update. It was like 96 point something % play rate in Master Duel Max C. So by far the most played and best Yu-Gi-Oh card is Max C at the moment. And then you look back 10 years ago or 12, 13 years ago, and you will find that back then in a lot of deck lists, people didn't play Max C because it wasn't actually necessary. It wasn't that good in these formats. People side decked it. It was the same thing with Max C as I just said about Droll. We used Max C in the beginning. We used Max C as a card to counter certain strategies because it wasn't good against every strategy. And you weren't willing to play a card that you had to wait, like, let's say you played Max C against, and you were playing against Fire Fist, right? Fire Fist was a very normal summon and control heavy deck with a lot of trap cards, and you could find a spot to resolve Max C against it when they would like go for Wolf Bark or when they tried to overlay for a rank 4, but it wasn't good. That wasn't considered a good thing when like you had to wait like maybe sometimes 2 or 3 turns just to maybe get one draw out of this card. So while it wasn't a dead card in the matchup, it wasn't considered a good card either. It was pretty mediocre in those matchups. but it was pretty strong against, for example, Mermail in the fire water format, right? And so like what people did, some people main decked Maxi and some people side decked Maxi. It was not a main deck staple at all. And so the game changes over time, and the quality of cards always has to be evaluated in the context of the format they're being played in, basically, right? And the same thing is true with Molchami Fuvalos in Genesys format. You know, you look at Genesys format deck breakdowns, and you will find that, first of all, the format is slower, but most importantly, Molchami Fuvalos is not that good against most of these decks. You know, Vanquish Soul doesn't care. Odeon doesn't care. Exosister, look, even if Exosister wanted to, it's not easy for it to even give you 2 draws under Fuva. So like if they have the Nuts hand, you get 2 draws out of it, I guess. Or if they really want to make Magnifica, I guess it would be 3, but no one is going to do that, right? Like they're just going to make like 1 Michaelis or something, search a trap, give you 1 draw and pass turn. So it's just not that not that good against Exosister either. You have Generator, I guess against it, that deck is fine, but it's not great. Radiant Typhoon doesn't really care. Archmage doesn't really care. We look at the other breakdown. It's like, what is there? There was an Onomat. Against Onomat, I think it's pretty good. There's a branded deck where you can use it in most of these matchups. You can use Molchami Fuvalos in most of these matchups. However, if it's not necessary, then you would rather not play it. Like if it doesn't win you the game, or if it's not necessary to win the game, you'd rather play other non-engine, because Fuva is a dead card going first, and Fuva is also somewhat dependent on your opponent playing into it. If your opponent's deck can make a pretty solid board without Fuva or under Fuva, then it's not going to get a payoff. And so I think 7 points is actually at the moment too much to realistically see a lot of Fuvalos. Like a lot of people are choosing to even play draw. Like if you're gonna play one answer for crazy combo decks in Genesys format right now in your side deck, it's probably like Droll Lockbird, because that's cheaper and I think more effective, because like Droll just says you cannot do that, whereas Fuvalos does not say that. Fuvalos says if you do this, I'm gonna draw 2 cards or something, which is not desirable. I don't think Fuva should be a 0 cost card, personally. I personally don't think 0 is appropriate for Fuva. Because then it becomes then we reach a point where everyone just plays it. And I think that is something that you want to avoid in Genesys format, where you have a card like this that just is just 0 points. No one has to even think about it. You just put it in every single side deck, just in case you run into a combo deck, right? Because then that would heavily disincentivize people from even playing any sort of deck that struggles into Fuva just a little bit. I do think somewhere, like, it should have some points, but generally the way I look at Fuva in Genesys format at the moment, to me it feels more like a side deck card, and I think they should make a distinction between side deck and main deck cards in terms of the points. Like they shouldn't give different points depending on whether the card is in your main or in your side, but if they see, what I mean by this is if they see that a certain card is only being played in side decks, that probably means it can go down in points a little bit, because it doesn't feel great to spend points on your side deck in Genesys, at least from my perspective at the moment. I think you want to spend the majority of your points on your main deck. I think the only reason why Vanquish Soul, for example, is able to do this at the moment is because Vanquish Soul's engine is severely undercosted at the moment. Holy Sue is going to get more points. I'm sure of it. The next update, the Vanquish Soul deck won both invitationals so far. The Vanquish Soul is the best deck in Genesys format, and it is going to get points 100%. And so eventually, I think what's going to have to change for Vanquish Soul is, depending on how hard they hit it, Vanquish Soul is definitely going to have to remove the cards from the side deck that cost points. So I think this deck is going to get some major point upgrades. Like I could see Holy Sue going to like 20 and Raisin going to like 10 or whatever, or Stake Your Soul going to 10, so that if you play these, you can't even play anything else, or maybe even you can't play all 9 between Raisin, Holy Sue, and Stake Your Soul. You're gonna have to make a decision. That's what I feel is gonna happen. Why always kill those decks? That does not kill it. That's the funny thing. Unironically, with Holy Sue at 20, Raisin at 10, Stake Your Soul at 10, you can still play Vanquish Soul. You can play Vanquish Soul with 3 Raisin, 3 Stake, 2 Holy Sue just fine. That is still a good deck in Genesys format. Literally, the only thing you have to change if that happens is -1 Holy Sue, and you have to replace the Ashes in the main deck. That is not a dead deck. We are not talking about a dead deck here. Or another thing you could do is you could still play 3 Stake Your Soul and 3 Holy Sue for 90 points. And then you can play like 7th Tachyon and only play like 1 Raisin. And search the Raisin with 7th Tachyon or something like that. But that's basically where Fire King is at. Yes, that's where Fire King is at. Fire King in Genesys format has points on Olkanix, points on Ponix, and points on Kirin. So that if you want to play Fire King, you have to put your points into those cards. But it's still a viable deck. That does not kill decks. Changing the non-engine does not kill your deck. And yes, Vanquish Soul would maybe struggle a little bit to play good fires without Ash Blossom, but realistically, it would not be dead. If you just played the Rescue Ace cards, and then maybe you play like Dogoran or something like that, you could 100%. You could 100% still play Vanquish Soul without Ash Blossom. Like that is simply not true. So yes, this deck is probably going to get a decent amount of points, but that's the thing about Genesys format. You need to evaluate these changes differently. Then, but no Extrav. Yeah, Extrav is probably also going to get points, but trust me, I think Vanquish Soul is going to be at a point where you can still play it. I think even if it gets points. I think Vanquish Soul as an engine and as a deck is robust enough that, like, here's the thing, this deck minus, like, this deck almost is like TCG power level. This deck is not that far off from the deck I used at the European Championships in advanced constructed. Of course, you take away the Rock of the Vanquisher from the extra deck, but still, the power level of this deck is exceptional. So if you have to cut a couple of good cards from it, that does in no way make the deck unplayable, in my opinion. But we're gonna have to wait and see what exactly they do. But it is a fact that they will have to put points on Vanquish Soul because it is at the moment by far the best deck in Genesys. It's probably stronger than current TCG power. Nah, that's cap. That's massive cap. This deck, you bring this deck to a TCG tournament, you get clapped. No, it's not close to advanced constructed. It's not close. Why are Bystials unplayably expensive? I mean, I guess that's something we can do about Genesys that I've been wanting to do. I want to like go over this list and maybe think about some things that are too high or too low. Of course, we've talked about Vanquish Soul. Bystials are a good point. Bystials are an interesting topic because at the moment, it is true that Bystials are at a point total where they are virtually unplayable, in my opinion. Like, you are simply not going to spend 30 points on Bystial Baldrake. You're never going to spend 30 points on Bystial Druisworm. And you're never going to pay 20 points for Bystial Serenir. Funnily enough, the most playable one out of these in terms of the point totals is Magnamut. It's the most expensive one, but I think 33 points is about, like, that almost feels appropriate. Like, that almost feels appropriate for how good of a card Magnamut is. But Druisworm, Baldrake, and Serenir, I think the points for those are kind of crazy. Have you looked at the branded list at top? It's very base and looks fun. We can look at that in a second, yeah. So I think Bystials are a little bit too expensive. I mean, I kind of understand where they're coming from because Bystials in terms of hand traps are definitely on the higher end in terms of their quality, right? Like a Bystial, because a Bystial is an interaction that creates a strong body on the board that also afterwards generates more like tension on the board, right? Magnamut gives you a +1, Druid Worm is removal, Baldrake can be another interruption. They are really, really strong cards. And so I think the idea behind these points is like, they don't want people to be able to just slap a bunch of Bystials into a deck to just have a really good matchup against any graveyard-related light or dark strategy, right? They don't want people to be able to easily play like 6 Bystials or something like that, right? And if, let's say they made Baldrake 10 points and Druid Worm 10 points, in theory, you could play 6 Bystials for 60 points relatively easily. However, I don't think anyone would even do that if they were 10 points. So I think, and basically, it circles back to my argument, where I feel like if a card is at a point total where people are not even considering it, where you see no one play it, I don't think that's desirable. Even if it's a good card, like even if it's a card that's pretty strong, unless it's a toxic card like a Floodgate or whatever. I think with those, I don't care if they're like 100 points and no one plays them, that's fine. But like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh card, quote unquote, like a Bystial Baldrake, right? If a Bystial Baldrake costs 30 points and no one is willing to play it, then I think that is not good in Genesys format, because I feel like the most interesting part about Genesys format is making these decisions in deck building. And so like if the answer is always it's too expensive, I'm not going to play it, then that takes a very interesting decision out of the equation, right? What about Max C? Max C is 50 points, right? Unironically, I think that is fine, because I honestly think there could be times and there could be decks that choose to play 2 Maxis and no other non-engine. I could see that I could see that happening. I think at the moment that's not what the format is looking like. I think at the moment for what the matchup spread is, I think you don't want to play Maxi for 50 points into these decks. But I think I think it's honestly allowing someone to play 2 Maxi and no other non-engine is probably okay in this kind of format. It's the same logic with the Mulcharmy Fuvalos, right? Like if the format was more explosive and Maxi was basically an auto win card in every matchup, then it would maybe be a little different. At the moment, I feel like most of the decks that I play, if I get Maxi'd, it wouldn't even feel that bad. So I don't mind the fact that I feel like for Maxi, 50 points is on the cheaper end at the moment from what maybe people expected, but yeah. Memento has too many points? No, it doesn't. Memento is actually at a pretty good point with its points, because Memento is playable. Memento is good. Memento has been topping some of these tournaments. Like Memento is viable without being everywhere and without being obnoxious. That is exactly what you want. And Memento at the power level that Genesys format operates, Memento would be insane if it was more consistent and could play all of its cards. So I don't agree with Memento being lowered. I really don't. I think the cards you need to look at in terms of the points you want to be lowered are the cards that are not being played at the moment, right? Like if a card is not a Floodgate and is not seeing any play, then we should consider reducing its points, in my opinion. Which is not the case for Memento. You know, Memento has points. Memento has a decent chunk of points as well, but people are playing Memento, and they are also having success with Memento. So do we need to lower the points for Memento? No. Memento is fine at the moment. But then we look at something else. Other example, Sword Soul. Sword Soul has 4 cards on this list. Sword Soul Emergence for 33, Sword Soul Grandmaster Yugioh for 33, Sword Soul of Moyi for 3, and Longyan for 5. Does anyone play Sword Soul in Genesys format? I haven't seen anyone. I haven't seen a single Sword Soul deck being played in Genesys format. Even one of the Tennies, where is it? Tenny Spirit Ashina has 33 points. So I have not seen people mess around with Sword Soul much. Yeah, you're covering the point values. Oh, my bad. Go over here. Yeah. So I don't know why. I guess Sword Soul is kind of like the poster child of like strong but fair Yu-Gi-Oh decks, right? So I guess they expected Sword Soul to be a very good deck in this sort of format. And I mean, it would be. Full power Sword Soul, if it was able to play a lot of non-engine, would probably be a very strong deck in Genesys format. However, I think at the moment, it is clearly at a point where it is too expensive. So in my opinion, Sword Soul should go down in points in Genesys format a little bit. Because it's overall, I think Sword Soul is a healthy deck. And I think Sword Soul should have some points, but Sword Soul should be playable. So yeah, I think Xishao should probably have no points. Like honestly, what I would do is like Xishao should go to 0 or maybe 10, and Emergence should go to 15 or something like that. I think that's one thing they did. They went very hard on all the searchers. Like almost every single searcher, like Reinforcement of the Army, 40 points. Come on, man. Bonfire is 33 points. Terraforming is 33 points. So like a lot of the cards that just search another card, they've put a lot of points on it. And I think in my discussion I had with Steven Santoli, he made a very good point about this. Like these cards are being played in advanced constructed because there is no cost associated with it. It's just free consistency, right? Terraforming, if it's legal in the format, you play field spells, you can just play it for free consistency boost. Basically no downside. The only downside that there is to playing a searcher in advanced constructed Yu-Gi-Oh is that you can get drolled sooner sometimes. Like if you terraforming for a field spell, you can get drolled one step earlier sometimes. But that's the only thing in terms of actual gameplay and in terms of deck building. There's no downside to playing searchers, right? In Genesys format, this is different, right? Terraforming, Reinforcement of the Army, or whatever, those cards don't really contribute to the power level of your deck. They just make it more consistent, right? Like they don't change anything about your end board, about your ceiling, about what your deck inherently does. Nothing changes here. But you now are playing a deck with like less points available to you, which is awkward in my opinion. Like I think and that's why I think they should have some points, but not 33. I think 33 for a terraforming is at a point where this is more expensive than a Pot of Greed. Like if I wanted to play a spell card that made my deck more consistent, I would not play terraforming ever. I don't think there is a deck that would play terraforming over Pot of Greed, even if the field spell was an important card in your deck. Like even if you wanted your deck to be more consistent or whatever, like you can just draw 2 cards. That's going to make your deck actually more powerful because you're playing with now 1 extra card. Like terraforming is better than Pot of Greed right now. I think that's cap. I think that's major cap. Maybe in advanced constructed, where like in a lot of decks, 1 field spell does a combo that like wins you the game on the spot. In Genesys format, I don't think this is true. I do not think this is true in the slightest. I think terraforming could easily be 20 points. And I think at 20 points, I still don't know if I would play it anywhere. Like I thought about this exact example with Reinforcement of the Army. I thought about like what point total would Reinforcement of the Army have to have in order for me to put it in my Vanquish Soul deck. From the let's say the current perspective. Okay, let's say no changes. At which point do you put Reinforcement of the Army into this deck? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the answer is because I'm not going to cut a Holy Sue for it. I wouldn't even cut a Ash Blossom for it. So we only have 25 points available even. And if I had 25 points, I asked you this question. If Reinforcement of the Army was 25 points, would you play Reinforcement of the Army, which is basically just a small upgrade over Small World in this list, Or would you rather have 3 Droll and Lockbirds in your side deck to significantly increase your matchup or like your chances in certain matchups that are like more combo-y and more, you know, more, what's it called? And I would not put Rhoda in here for 25 points. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it because I simply don't think that slight couple of percentages inconsistency are worth removing actual non-engine from your deck. It's just not, and that's the thing in Genesys format. And I think that is something where, I mean, I feel like they're gonna learn this over time. Because we get frequent updates. They are gonna learn that at the current point total in Genesys format, almost no one is going to play Searchers because it simply isn't worth, like, a little bit more consistency is simply not worth this many points. I think none of these cards should be 0 points, in my opinion. I think none of these cards should have 0 points. I think they all should have some points because I think consistency shouldn't be free. You should be able to make this decision. Do I want more powerful non-engine or do I want more consistency? That is an interesting decision to make. The problem is the decision is not interesting when the consistency card is 40 points and the good non-engine is 5 points. Because at this point, you are basically weighing one reinforcement of the army against like 6, 7, or 8 other non-engine cards, right? It's like, okay, which offers more to my deck? The 1 Rhoda or 3 Droll and whatever, like 3 Droll and then I still have 25 points left over, right? Generic searchers should be low. If a search target is a problem, hit the target. That I agree with. Because you know what that does? It makes it so that decks with weaker engines can play at a more consistent level because they get to play the Rhoda. If a deck is low power level, therefore the engine has no points, it can easily spend a couple of points on Rhodas to make the deck more consistent. And so now you maybe have a meta deck that has points on the engine, but therefore it's less consistent because it cannot afford to play Rhoda. But then the rogue deck gets to play Rhoda, for example, right? Or Bonfire or whatever, right? And that's why I think the philosophy behind searchers in Genesys format at the moment is not ideal yet. Like Ashen being able to use Bonfire, but Snake Eye isn't. Exactly, right? But at the moment, this is not the case, right? At the moment, Bonfire is 33 points. So even Ashen, in order to play at maximum consistency, has to play no non-engine, right? So like, or like 0 cost. When I say no non-engine, I mean like no cards that have any points. So like, you know what I mean? But like, if you want to play Ashen with consistency cards, well, damn, your Rhoda is, your Bonfire is 33 points each. Even though you are not the reason why this card is good. You are not the reason why Bonfire is a broken card. And so I think these cards should have more like in the 10 to 15 range is where I would put them. I think put them to 10 to 15. And then if there's a good Pyro deck, just hit the good Pyro deck. And then the good Pyro deck actually has to make the decision between do I play Rhoda for 15 or do I play Ash Blossom for 15, for example, in the case of Vanquish Soul, right? Like if, let's say the Vanquish Soul engine, instead of costing you 30 points total at the moment, the Vanquish Soul engine costs you more like 80 to 90, it wouldn't play Rhoda anyways if it was properly costed, right? So Rhoda being 15 points wouldn't actually impact Vanquish Soul that much. Right? So I feel like that's currently one of the things. Besides some engines that are too expensive. But once again, let me reiterate this. That is somewhat of the beauty with Genesys format if they are going to do frequent updates about this entire thing. They have the ability to regulate this. You know, because the last point update was like a lot of cards, you know, it's been a decent chunk of cards that have gone up and gone down. So if we get an update of this kind of size every 4 to 6 weeks, it is really easy to adjust these sort of things. And we see movement in all kind of sizes. You know, we see some cards go from literally 0 to just a couple points, like 0 to 3, or 0 to 5, or 0 to 7, or 0 to 10, right? So some cards are getting just a couple of points, but there's also cards where they're like, yeah, okay, we missed this one. We go from 0 all the way to 67 immediately, right? Paradise Smasher, 0 to 67 immediately, 0 to 33, 0 to 70, right? So like, it can be a very small and subtle change, or it can be a pretty big change instantly. The reductions for the most part have been different, right? The reductions were all very small, with the only exception of Arahime, because they hit the wrong Mikanko card, which I still think is hilarious. But this is the only one that had like a large reduction in points. Everything else here is, what's the biggest point decrease? Block Dragon going from 40 to 33, -7. I think -7 is the biggest decrease we've seen outside of Arahime, which doesn't count. Right? So in terms of adjusting downwards, one thing that they can simply do, and I think that is something they should do and likely will do, is if you see a card that sees no play at the moment, and we saw this in the first update already. Monster Reborn, 0 play at 20 points, 0 play at 15 points. So one thing that could realistically happen on the next update is Monster Reborn could be going down to 10, because it didn't see play at 20, went to 15, doesn't see play at 15. Let's try 10. And if you keep doing this, then you're eventually going to reach a point where people are going to say, you know what? Now I'm going to try my Monster Reborn. For maybe for 5 points, maybe for 3 points. Now I'm willing to give Monster Reborn a try. And then they know, okay, we've reached a point where apparently now it's a fine deal to play Monster Reborn. And so it's just like supply and demand, right? It's more like supply and demand, but with Genesys points putting cards into your deck, right? Which is I think that's an interesting thing, and I think that's why this format, if they really do frequent updates and they hit the right cards, is kind of like destined to be more balanced than Advanced Constructed, because you can always basically feel out for what the right price for a card is. The problem is they might miss the sweet spot and all of a sudden everyone plays the card. Right, so for example, let's say Monster Reborn goes to 7 or goes to 5 and you still don't see people playing it. And then they decide, okay, you know what, let's go to 0. And then at 0, people suddenly realize, okay, at 0 points, it's actually a pretty sweet deal. So let's put Reborn into a lot of decks. The thing is, like, how big is the problem here, really? How big is the problem? You have people play Monster Reborn for 4 weeks, for 5 weeks, a lot. Okay, well, you face a lot of Monster Reborns, not the end of the world. And then they just put like, and then, okay, they were like, okay, 5 points was too much, 0 points was too little. Next update, Reborn goes to 3. Right? So like, is the problem really, is that really that much of a problem? That's the thing, right? Even in Advanced Constructed, I think the main frustration that happens when a ban list doesn't properly work is not the fact that there's like that they missed something. It's the problem that we know that it's not going to change for like 5 months. This is not the case in Genesys. If they miss something in Genesys, or if they hit something too hard, or if they hit something too soft, then like it's only a couple weeks, right? More regular updates means that these problems never last as long. So even if they let's say on the next update they kind of missed the mark on Vanquish Soul and they don't hit it enough, right? Let's say they only put Vanquish let's say they only do Holy Suit to 20 and that's all they do, which in my opinion wouldn't be enough, because then people just play like 3 Holy Suit for 60 and then you only play 2 Ashes and let's say 2 Drolls or something like that. Or I guess Pot of Extravagance becomes a 10-point card and then you play 3 Holy Suit, 3 Extravagance still, or whatever. And it turns out Vanquish Soul is now weaker, but still one of the best decks, right? And that would, I guess that wouldn't be ideal, but at the same time, it would only be like this for like another 4 to 5 weeks. Grizel Prison needs to go to 100. Okay, let's talk about another category of cards. And I want you guys to tell me hidden gems, or not necessarily gems, but like cards that you feel like should have, that they were missed. Because what I'm thinking of is Flying Sea. I feel like Flying Sea is a card that they, let me hold up. Flying Sea. Like, there are some cards that, because the format works differently, suddenly are like good floodgates again, right? Because a lot of the other, like this is what happens, right? We've talked about this in the past. Yu-Gi-Oh players, when they play a competitive format, they try to optimize in a direction of auto wins. Always, you know, they try, if the barrier is 100 points, they're going to try to find the next best option. Genesys format has done a better job than Advanced Constructed at hitting some of these cards, but not all of them. So some of them have been flying under the radar for so far in terms of the points. So cards like Flying Sea, in a format without link monsters, where the answer to Flying Sea is not, well, simply link it off, is a pretty good card against Exceed decks, right? So like, Flying Sea should probably have points in Genesys format. Which other card has seen like, or is seeing play at 0 points that you wish had points? I mean, whether it's 100 or not, like, you know, I want Flying Sea to have some points so people can't just floodgate everyone, every Exceed deck for free, right? So, and I've seen a couple, you know, I've seen a couple ones. I've gone through some deck lists and I've seen people play, where is it? Non-fusion area. Dude, Dual Links looking ass card, man. Non-fusion area is a card that people play in Genesys format, which honestly, it really does prove the point of what is going to happen if they ban floodgates. Is like, well, people are going to play more floodgates. True. 100% true. However, nothing is stopping them from just hitting more of these cards in Genesys format, apparently. While for some reason they can't do it in Advanced Constructed, whatever, in Genesys format, they've hit some of the most random ones already, but of course people are still finding more. Discord is another floodgate. Hold up, what's Discord? Is that has something to do with synchro summoning, I feel like. Card search. Discord. Neither player can synchro summon, yeah. This is basically non-fusion area, but for synchros, yeah. It only lasts for 3 turns, though. Yeah. Frankie SNZ, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Welcome, everybody. We're talking about Genesys format at the moment. Yeah, this card is definitely a card that I could see seeing play. If there's a very synchro-focused deck, this card is very cringe to play against. So maybe that sees some points in the future. We don't have to talk about Dimensional Fissure because that's obvious. We've got Grizel Prison. This card, for reference, this card even saw play in the TCG Advanced Constructed format sometimes. Very rarely, but sometimes. It was basically before D-Barrier came out. Sometimes. Or during Zoo format, some people played this as extra copies of D-Barrier if the deck could play it. If you control a face-up monster that was Tribute, Ritual, or Fusion summoned until the end of your opponent's next turn, neither player can Synchro or Exceed summon. Synchro and Exceed monsters cannot attack, also their effects are negated. This is like D-Barrier, but only for some decks. I've seen this card being played, I think, even in Advanced Constructed sometimes. I saw someone next to me at YCS Lil who played this in Mitsurugi. So like, in theory, this card, yes, is pretty broken. I mean, it's not as generic as D-Barrier, of course, because it has requirements as into which decks you can play it in and against which decks. It doesn't work against every single deck. It's only against Synchro and Exceed. But if you take away Link in Genesys format, that's largely what's left, right? Is Synchro and Exceed decks. The only thing that you don't cover is like trap decks and and fusion decks, I guess, right? A Draco Tail player used this against me. Yeah, it's funny, right? Because even though these cards are super niche, they still see play in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. So I feel like some of this. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't expect these cards to be hit on this next update. To be realistic with you guys, I think the way it's gonna work in Genesys format is probably these cards need to see some play, and then they're gonna hit him eventually. Is what I expect, right? Like I think they're gonna put some points on these once they start seeing play, and that's why I expect on the first update I expect Flying Sea, because Flying Sea has been decently popular. What does Sneaky Sea do? When your opponent specials a monster, you can special summon this card from your hand and face down defense position. If you do during the end phase of this turn, change it to face up defense position. You can only use this effect once per turn. If this card's flipped face up during the end phase, destroy all special summon monster on the field. Ooh, that's interesting. That's not a floodgate, at least. Yeah, Flying Sea, you actually do see in a decent amount of decks at the moment, right? And so I think Flying Sea might get some points on the first update. This is another VFD deck, by the way. Realistically, what do you think are they going to do about VFD? Are they going to do something about Generator? Probably, right? I think they're going to put some small points on generators. Is how I think that's the most elegant solution. Because I think one suggestion that people have been making is put VFD to 101 points so it doesn't see play, which conceptually I'm with you there. Like I agree with you from a design perspective. You know, 101 points on some cards that you just don't want to put points on is it makes sense. However, I will say I don't want them to do this, and I don't think they will do this, because I think this completely goes against all of the ideas behind this format. You know, this format is completely designed around a 100 points cap, and the whole point of the format is that nothing is banned. That is one of the core ideas of this format. Genesys has a promise that if you like a certain card, you can try to make it work. And so even if I don't like VFD as a card, I don't think they should ruin their entire format design, basically, or one of the basic concepts of the format, just so that people can play VFD. I don't think that's where they want to be with this format. I think that is part of the format, is that people can take a random banned extra deck card and try to make it work. I do think that is an interesting part of the format, even though the gameplay that this generator deck provides, if VFD is involved, isn't the best. I think the process behind, you know, finding the deck and trying to make it work with all zero cost non-engine and stuff like that, I think that part is interesting. And so I don't think they should put cards to 101 point. I do think that ruins the idea behind this format. So the most elegant solution is to just put a couple of points on either Lopter, Generator Boss Stage, or also I think World Legacy Monstrosity is another really, really powerful individual card that probably could have some points. In general, I think they should experiment more with just small points, because I've noticed that in deck building, sometimes it's even hard to fit even a card that has like 3 or 5 points. I think in a lot of cases on the initial points list, they kind of like overshot the target with a lot of points. Like a card does not have to have like 50 points for it to not be considered. You know, like we see a lot of cards on here that have like 30, 40 points, and no one is even considering to play them. Like Charge of the Light Brigade, I don't know, Chaos Space. Like 40 points is so much. That we're back at the topic of generic searchers again here. You know, it's like, yeah, okay, sure. Maybe you want to make sure that a certain combination of cards can't be played. But I don't even think they need to 100% stop every single combination that they think isn't fine. I think some combinations can exist if they're just really expensive. I strongly disagree. Putting every level 9 monster to 1 with VFD honor is effectively still banning it. I'm not saying put every level 9 monster onto the list. I'm saying, like, if Generator is currently by far the best deck to make VFD work, then you put a couple of points on some generators. But, like, because what are you suggesting? You're saying, like, my solution isn't good because I'm effectively banning VFD. But, like, what are you saying then? Are you saying we shouldn't do anything about VFD? Because, like, it's not like this deck is a rogue deck. I'm not saying, like, VFD shouldn't be possible at all. I'm just saying, like, this deck is very consistently topping tournaments at the moment. So, I think it's very reasonable to give points to this deck in general. Even Generator without VFD is a meta deck in Genesys format. That's why the solution is so elegant. Because this deck is good both with and without VFD. And if you put a couple of points on some cards in here, you eliminate the VFD version, but you also just slightly hit the pure deck, the one without VFD. And it doesn't mean VFD is completely unplayable. You just nerfed the best way to play it. Like, you can still find other decks that make VFD, and if you manage to make the meta, then they need to hit those too. But if your deck is just like tier 2 or tier 3, but it's a VFD deck, then that's fine. That's what I'm saying. It's like if a deck manages to spend 0 points at all, except for VFD, and then still manages to be a top tier meta deck, then I think you do have to do something about it. If this was like, I wouldn't say they need to do anything about this if this deck was just like mediocre, but it is one of the best decks in the format at the moment. Should hit Fortress 2 hand trip is lame. I could see that. I mean, it is technically in the same vein as Evil Swarm Ouroboros, right? It's basically the same card. But in a different shell. So they put heavy points on Ouroboros, but the thing is, like, Ouroboros is way easier to abuse at the moment. So I wouldn't hate putting points on Enter Blathnir, but I don't expect it, to be honest with you. I don't expect it. I think it's more likely that we see other changes to rank 9 stuff. Because in general, I think like a rank 9 toolbox is not anything problematic, you know? But I do think Genesys in parts, there's gonna be times in Genesys format where someone discovers something crazy, and we're gonna have to put up with it for a couple of weeks. That is kind of like, that is within the spirit of the format. Is that maybe there is some potential for someone to find like a crazy combo that hand loop, because Trishula is not even that many points, right? Like, for example, Trishula is 3 points. The potential behind that is there. I don't know how exactly, but if you find a synchro spam strategy, that's, you can Trish your opponent 3 times for 9 points, right? On the first turn. So, and then 2 Trishulas can overlay into Enter Blathnir to hand rip another one. So, like, if you can do 2 Trish, you're basically ripping 3 cards, right? So the potential is there. And I think this is something that in Genesys is going to be, it's going to be a thing, you know? Like, I think Genesys for the most part is lower power level, but there is still potential for someone to really sit down and find something crazy. And I think that is an important part of deck building and so on in this format, you know? Like, because I think it'd be to an extent, you know, how do you feel like this would feel if you, let's say you find something really crazy, because you just sit down, you tinker something crazy, you find a crazy combo deck that like hand loops with Trishula and stuff like that. You go to a tournament, you win it, and then the deck becomes a thing, and then they eventually hit the deck basically because of you. Do you feel bad because your deck is gone, or do you feel good because they literally had to change the Genesys point list because you found something crazy? I feel like it's more of the latter. I feel like it's more of a ladder. So I feel like this kind of like this kind of promise of like you could find something crazy at any point in Genesys format is kind of like one of the appeals to this format. I think that's one of the cooler things about Genesys format, that these things in theory are possible. Instead of just like advanced constructed, where some of the crazier combo stuff is like banned. Floodgates are legal, but no one will celebrate if you find a cool floodgate. And you're just playing basically top tier meta archetypes and all of the best non. I don't know. Josh wants to find hand loop combos. I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be cool if you find something like this. Yeah, I think that's cool. They already said that if a BS toxic FTK is discovered, they will hit it immediately. I mean, yeah, of course, right? That's the thing, right? There's two promises here. The promise is that in theory it's possible and you could find it and you could get rewarded for it by winning a tournament with it or whatever. But the other promise is also we're gonna handle it quickly. And those are two very important things in my opinion, right? It's very important that that they have the means to address this stuff properly, right? Is Shiranui solitaire points? I don't think so. I think it's just, yeah, it's just the Saga that has points for Shiranui. Did we get an adjustment recently? Not yet. So where we are at the moment with the Genesys point update is the following thing. On a recent article from 9 days ago, after YCS Anaheim, they said the following thing. We will take data from YCS Sao Paulo and then get to work on the next point adjustment, which we would like to have done in plenty of time for the 3 YCS events in November, starting with Pittsburgh. It will be about 4 or 5 weeks after the last one, which is on the shorter end of the target time frame. 4 to 5 weeks after the last update means 4 to 5 weeks after this one, which was the first point adjustment posted on September 24th. 4 to 5 weeks after September 24th is theoretically next week. Or this upcoming week, basically, right? Because it's Sunday right now. So this was, at this point, this is 4 weeks ago. Almost. Pretty much 4 weeks ago. I think it was a Tuesday. So like it's going to be 4 weeks in 2 days or Wednesday. I don't know. So I think it's going to be this upcoming week. I mean, it's not much of a prediction. They said it's going to be 4 to 5 weeks. So we're looking about like this upcoming week or maybe the week after. Should they make a rule change to allow EMZ effects to work in Genesys? What do you mean EMZ effects? Are you asking me if they should bring back the EMZ, or are you asking me if they should like say? I think the answer in both cases is no, realistically, because look, the Runic, for example. I mean, okay, so what you're saying is, if a card says special summon to the extra monster zone, it should also be possible to special into the main monster zone. I think that'd be too confusing. Even as Runic's biggest defender, I think it's good that these rules are pretty clear and pretty strict in this sense, right? I don't think it should be like this, right? I think everything that mentions pendulum or link or extra monster zone, that effect just doesn't exist in Genesys, and that's easy, right? I think that's just how this format is supposed to be. And I think I've heard the argument from a couple of people that they want them to eventually add pendulum and link to this format, which from some perspectives I can understand it, because I think with proper points adjustments, then even links could be balanced. But I think that takes away a lot from what this format is meant to be, and a lot of what the target audience for this format is. A lot of the people that quit Yu-Gi-Oh or don't like links and pendulums. And I think that's I think that's good. I think it's good that there is a place now where you can play modern Yu-Gi-Oh but like modern archetypes, but just no links and pendulums. I think that is a good thing. And I personally also prefer this. Allowing links disables more archetypes than it enables. I think that's a good point. I think that's true. It just like the power curve of the format, or like it's just gonna explode if they add links, even if the links are expensive to play in terms of their points. Like it would drive away so many people who are excited about Genesys format in its initial stage. I don't know. No EMZ and only 5 zones is fun to navigate with the restrictions. The way I look at it, what I really like about Genesys, it's kind of like how Yu-Gi-Oh would be now if they hadn't introduced links and pendulums. I don't look at it through the lens of it's like a time wizard sort of thing, or like it's like Yu-Gi-Oh used to be, because it isn't that. It is not the same Yu-Gi-Oh as we played in 2016 or 2017 or whatever. Even the power level is a little bit higher, but it basically gives me a way to be like, okay, this is basically what we would be playing if they never made links and if they never made pendulums. And then also, in my opinion, on top of that, it has a better balancing system than the ban list. I do think the point list is better than the ban list. It's like, yeah, it is like an alternative timeline format. I don't know, and I guess which one I prefer is gonna be something that is gonna show itself over the long term, because at the moment I'm just gonna be playing both. But there is a universe where eventually, if Genesys becomes big and there's a lot of Genesys tournaments, and even at YCSs the Genesys invitationals are really big and are considered like actual like prestigious events, there's a world where I just prefer Genesys over Advanced Constructed. I could see myself in that position, where I am so excited for this format that I could see myself in the future like choosing the Genesys Invitational over like a YCS main event if I prefer the Genesys format at that time. Have you found any viable ways to play Draco Tail in Genesys? I think Draco Tail is playable. I haven't tried it myself. I haven't tried to make it work, but I think you can. I mean, they're gonna have points. Draco Tail. So K2 Draco Tail, 10 points. Okay, so we play 3 K2, that's 30 points. We play 2 Arthalion, that's 70 points. We play just 1 Phimena, which is gonna be, it's just like, you have to search your Phimena now. You're not gonna hard draw the hand trap as often, so you're at 90, and then you play 2 Malulu for 100. I think that's possible. I think that's not bad. Or you just, yeah, you can play less Ketu and play like 2 Phimenas or 3 Malulus. We just play 1 Ketu, maybe. Yeah, you can play. So if you play 1 Ketu, that's 10 points. You need 2 Arthalion, right? You do need 2 Arthalion. There's no way we're going to be running out of Arthalion turn 1. We do play 2 at least, right? So 2 Arthalion, 1 Ketu is 50. 1 Phimena is 70. 3 Malulus is 85. You got 15 points left over. That's fine. That's doable, in my opinion. Could play 2 Ketu or some non-engine. Or I guess you can play less Malulu as well. Just play 2 Phimena, 2 Malulu. 2 Phimena, 2 Malulu is 50. 2 Arthalion, 1 K2 is also 50. Yeah, you could do that. Or Cartesia. Cartesia is points. Oops. Cartesia is 3 points. Yeah, you could fit some Cartesias in there if you wanted to. And then Shaddoll Fusion and such. Shaddoll, you only have Winda and Apgalone that have points. Yeah, you can play Shaddoll Fusion. You can't play Branded, really, I don't think. Or at least I wouldn't recommend branded for just like one branded fusion. But that's playable. There's no way that's not viable. I don't know if it's the best deck of the format or anything like that, but that is definitely something you could do. In my opinion. I think you could definitely play Draco Tail. And it doesn't seem bad either. Because from my perspective, the only thing you really sacrifice is the amount of time you open 5 mana going second. But I'm not gonna lie, I think drawing 5 mana going second is not that necessary in Genesys format. Because, you know, like it's, once again, power level related. If your opponent does a lot on their first turn, then you really want to compete with that and use your 5 mana as early as possible for some interruption and stuff like that. If your opponent just makes a quote-unquote normal board, then it's not that bad to not have 5 mana. So I think Draco Tail is viable. Has anyone talked with Zoo yet? Zoo is an interesting topic in Genesys format because at the moment they murdered my boys. In my opinion, this is way too much. The problem is with Zodiac, you have to be a little careful. Because in my opinion, pure Zodiac would be a very, very fine deck in Genesys format in terms of its power level. Like, if people played pure Zoo, no problem. No problem at all. Literally, Zodiac, you could fit all of these cards into one deck and it'd be completely fine. The problem is that Zodiac is a super, super splashable engine, right? Like, if they make these cards too cheap, then all of a sudden, you're going to play these somewhere where you can make a rank 4 and you're going to pop off, right? Like, you're going to make, like, Broad Bull, Search, your Rat Peer, normal summon Rat Peer, summon more Rat Peers from your deck and stuff like that, which is fine if Pure Zoo is doing it, but not if it's splashed into, like, I don't know, Onomat or some stuff like that, right? And so, like, how do you make it so that people play pure Zoo but not like the crazy hybrid versions? It's kind of difficult. It's kind of a difficult archetype to balance to make that work, right? It's like, I just give Onomat points then. It's not that easy because Zodiac is super generic. There's going to be other decks that can do all that. It's not that simple to just be like, yeah, okay, we'll put some points on Onomat, because the Zodiac cards themselves can also be starters for a lot of other things. Like, every deck that can get started with a rank 4, Rat Peer is a starter if you can play 3. So it's, yeah. Realistically, the way to make this playable is probably to make the cards lower, but like keep Broad Bull and Rat Peer at a decent amount of points, right? Like, because Pure Zoo technically works without Broad Bull, I think. Even though Pure Zoo would also really like Broad Bull, I don't. This is one of the things that I don't have a fix for. This is one of the things that I don't know the solution off the top of my head, where I'm like, I don't know how I would do this, because it's really difficult to incentivize people to play pure Zoo without making all the hybrids possible, because basically the cards that make these decks good are the same, right? The cards that make the Zoo hybrids good are Barrage, Broad Bull, Rat Peer. The cards that make pure Zoo viable are Barrage, Broad Bull, Rat Peer. And I mean, Trident is more important to pure Zoo than to hybrids, but still, it's like, it's exactly the same cards that are important for both of these decks, and that's tough. I guess you could maybe get to a point where you can play, like, let's say Zodiac Barrage is 10, Trident is 10, Rat Beer is 10, and Broad Bull is like 50. At this point, if you want to play a Zodiac splash in another deck, that's all of your points, and you don't even get to play all of them, right? You cannot play Broad Bull, 3 Barrage, 3 Rat Peer, and Trident. But in Pure Zoo, you could play most of them, right? Like, if you decide to play no Broad Bull, you can play 3 Barrage, 3 Trident, 3 Rat Peer, because I said 10 each. But Broad Bull would be too expensive. I don't know. That maybe just lower points in general, but not 0 for all these could work. In One Piece, they banned some cards from being played together. Can you do the same for Zodiac and Yu-Gi-Oh? I mean, this is what they do in Genesys format. This is, I mean, not directly, but through the point system, they have made it so they've made it so that certain cards are legal but cannot be played together simply by making the combination of them 101 point. A great example of this is Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon is 100 points in Genesys format. Not because Crimson Dragon is a very powerful card, to be honest with you. I mean, it is a powerful card, but it's not 100 points strong. But the reason why Crimson Dragon is 100 points is because they've now put other cards like Cosmic Blazar Dragon at 1 point. Cosmic Blazar Dragon is a pretty weak card if you don't cheat it out. And so they put it at 1 point because it doesn't really need many points. But now you can no longer play the combination of Blazar Dragon and Crimson Dragon. I do think this system has some downsides because while doing so, you do make Crimson Dragon more expensive than it needs to be here. 100 points is, you're putting it on the same level as a lot of really, really broken cards. And it's not a bad card, don't get me wrong, but 100 points for Crimson Dragon is excessive. In a vacuum, that's excessive. With the background or the context that they're trying to remove certain combinations from the pool, I think that's fair. But like, you can't argue that, like, I think Baron de Fleur is a stronger card than Crimson Dragon in a vacuum, right? And Baron de Fleur is expensive but cheaper still, right? I think Crimson Dragon is not a stronger card than Baron de Fleur. So if you just go by, I want to assign points by how strong a card is, then technically Crimson Dragon has too many points. Technically. They could make it 50 and 51. Yes, that's what I'm getting towards, is this is not the only way you can exclude cards from being played with each other. The problem is, if you do 50 and 51, then Crimson Dragon might be costed more appropriately, but then Blazar Dragon is completely overcosted, like insane amounts. Cosmic Blazar Dragon is a card that has never been used at all unless it's been cheated out by specifically Crimson Dragon, basically. Like, this is not like something where Cosmic Blazar deserves to have 50 points or 51 points, you know what I mean? Then do 90 and 11. Yeah, but how different is that really? Are you going to play Crimson Dragon if it's 90 points? Are you going to play Crimson Dragon if it's 90 points? I think their approach, honestly, here, and I think it has some downsides, but I can get behind it. The approach is, if you have a certain combination of cards, you want to put one at 100 and the other one at 1. Especially in cases where one of them is the card that enables it and the other one is only good because the other card exists, right? Like, Crimson Dragon is a good Yu-Gi-Oh card independently of Cosmic Blazar Dragon, right? The problem between these two cards, I think, is very obviously Crimson Dragon because it cheats the summoning requirements on other cards, right? The problem is not Blazar Dragon. If Blazar Dragon didn't exist, Crimson Dragon would have summoned other things like Stardust Cipher Divine Dragon or whatever they summon in Blue Eyes sometimes, right? It's not about Cosmic Blazar. That card is not the problem. So they've put 100 points on the problem card, and they've put 1 point on the cards that are not the problem themselves. So you could theoretically still play those. And so at this point I think I agree with them in this logic. I think this makes sense. For what they've done. Primite and Regenesis seem way overcosted. Regenesis is just Regenesis. I think that's fine. I mean, I think it could be. I don't disagree with you. It could be a little cheaper, but I don't think Regenesis is a bad archetype in Genesys format. I think it is a pretty decent approach. If Genesys Regenesis could be like 20 though, yeah, 15 to 20. I mean, once again, we're talking about a consistency card here, right? This is basically they're saying, like, if you want to play Regenesis in a consistent way, you have no points left over, which is I think that's a weird approach. I think, in my opinion, the searchers should be a little lower. And if an archetype is too strong, then hit the archetype properly. Don't hit its consistency. Centurion is over. Centurion is murdered. Stand-up Centurion, 5 points. Crudea, 3 points. Primera, 5 points. Auxilla, 33 points. So, actually, murdered is the wrong word. But what is... Okay, you play 1 Auxilla. You play 3 Primera, 3 Crudea. That puts you to 24. 57. 3 stand-up, 72. 72 points, and you don't have Crimson Dragon. Yeah, that's too harsh. It's not crazy overcosted, but it is too harsh. A little bit. I thought it was more. The fact that Centurion is less expensive than Sword Soul is crazy to me. This is like, this is almost fine, actually. I think they should put like Auxilla to 20, and then I'm fine with this. Auxilla to 20, and then maybe Primera also to 3 or something like that, and then I'm okay with it. But that's the thing, right? I think there are some decks like Sword Soul and Centurion. I think Sword Soul and Centurion are both decks that you should encourage people to play these decks. Because I think both Centurion and Sword Soul, in terms of their power level, are pretty healthy for the game. Like, if you have a format where both Sword Soul and Centurion are viable options, I think you've got yourself a pretty healthy format. I guess that's subjective, because some people like these decks, some people dislike these decks, but I think in general, like, if both of these decks are viable, then you've done a good job, right? New Archmage Fusion revealed. Ooh, okay. Is that on YG.org yet? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, I'm gonna quick toilet break, and then hopefully the card is up, and we can take a look at it in a second. I'll be right back. All right. Dep Killer, Tankap Magna, and Generithic. Thank you so much for the primes. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hit me with some primes while I was gone. Appreciate that. Okay. I don't expect it to be up now. Okay. Let me see if I can find it elsewhere. Where's that new card? I do want to see the new Archmage fusion. Very interested in that. Geo Zweig and Chan TCG, thank you for the subs and the kind words. Appreciate you. I can't tell if this card is good. Hold up. We are gonna find out together. The 6th ultra rare from Burst Protocol is Archmage Non-Finite. Okay. Level 7 Earth Illusion Fusion Effect monster. Now, once again, I'm taking this user translation from Reddit, so take it with a grain of salt. There might be some wording errors or mistranslations, but for now, let's take a look. 2 Archmage monsters must first be fusion summoned or special summoned from the extra deck by discarding a spell trap and then tributing a level 7 or higher Archmage monster from hand or field, but you can only special summon non-finite once per turn either way. If this card is special summoned, you can set an Archmage spell trap directly from your deck. Once per opponent's turn, quick effect, you can fusion summon a fusion monster using monsters you control. Ooh. Strikes me as a very good card at first glance. Simply because cards that cheat the fusion summon mechanic, free extra deck summons, tend to be pretty good. Now, this one is not free because you do have to discard a spell trap and tribute a high level Archmage monster, which I believe out of the main deck ones is only Finmel. Right? Only Finmel can really make this out of the main deck ones, but it does basically turn Finmel into a starter, right? Like a card that used to be a level 7 brick that required you to use other cards to get going is now a starter in and of itself, which is pretty neat. And I like how it plays into the theme of the deck where you want to be filling it with spells and traps, because this is another very easy way to get a spell trap into the graveyard. So cards like, I don't know, the Black Goat Laughs are really good in this deck because you can discard them for the field spell, but now you can also use them for this. So that's kind of cool. So easily accesses any Archmage spell trap directly from the deck, which is good. Can be used as consistency to search. It can search you the search spells, but it can also get you the traps for interruption on the opponent's turn, and it gives you another fusion summon on the opponent's turn. That's pretty good. Is the contact fusion considered properly summoned? Does not sound like it. In this case, it says must be fusion summoned or special summoned by discarding. That is not, unless they missed something in the translation, this is not treated as a fusion summon. So you would not be able to revive it or anything like that. That's pretty good for Archmage. Once again, it's funny. It's funny because when I'm thinking Archmage, I'm immediately thinking Genesys format, because honestly, even if this is really good, does this make Archmage good in Advanced Constructed? Probably not. Probably not. It makes it better for sure, but like meta, I don't know. Maybe it's good enough. Maybe I'm giving it not enough credit for advanced constructed. In Genesys, it's crazy. It is worth noting that it requires 2 Archmage monsters. So Medius cannot make it, right? Medius the Pure summoning the Owl will not make this because Medius, I don't think Medius is treated as an Archmage card, right? Medius, you would have to make the Octorus. So that is, but I mean, realistically, you want to make it with the alternative way most of the time, I think, anyways. I don't know how often you want, sometimes you're going to want to make this the normal way, I think, but most of the time, the other one is better. Unless you're using the continuous spell to treat it as an Archmage. Yes, but then we're talking multiple card combo, not Medius 1 card combo, right? The on-field fusion can only use monsters you control. That is true. Makes it a little bit weaker. It's one thing that's cool though is that you can, like, in order to create better follow-up, if you need to, one Archmage non-finite can make another one, right? You can use itself and another Archmage monster to make another copy of itself, which then allows you to set another card from your deck for follow-up, as well as, I guess this depends on the wording on this card, because so far, they haven't included any hard ones per turns in the translation. So theoretically, if this is not hard ones per turn, you could summon multiple to keep setting follow-up if you have enough bodies, right? I'm not sure if that's true though. I would assume both of these effects are hard ones per turn. Oh, it can only summon. It can only be summoned once per turn. That's true. That's in here. So you couldn't summon multiple, but you could summon a second copy on the opponent's turn and then fuse with that copy again, if the wording here is correct. It can be another option to help trigger Nerva. It would give you multiple, like, this part is cool because it's like another way to, whenever you want, activate an Archmage effect to trigger your Nerva, right? Yeah. No, it's pretty sweet card actually for Archmage, I think. It's pretty sweet card. If there's only one card here for Archmage, then this is definitely one of the better things they could have done. This is pretty nice. This looks like a very painful card to be veilered on, to be fair. I mean, yeah, if the only way for you to start playing is sending a spell trap from your hand to the grave and tributing a Finmail, then this would be a problem. The thing is, like, by this card existing, you make a lot of the Archmage cards a lot stronger, because a problem with some of the Archmage cards like Graph Flare and Finmail is that they don't play on their own. And if you don't have one of your starters, you can't put an Archmage card onto the field to special summon them. This is a very easy way to put an Archmage onto the field. And now you control an Archmage, so you can special summon all of your other Archmages. All of your Graph Flares, all of your Finmails are gonna be easier to summon from your hand now, because you have a way to extend into a fusion that's called Archmage. So even if your opponent summons this first action and you Veiler it, they might now have Finmails in hand, Graph Flares in hand that can all activate. You needed an Archmage already to make this? No, in hand. You contribute from hand. It makes Finmail a starter in your hand. That's why it's good. It increases the quality of cards that previously were 1-0s because the quality wasn't as high. So, like, cards like Graph Flare. I mean, Graph Flare cannot make this because Graph Flare is not level 7 or higher. But for example, Graph Flare plus Finmail plus a Spell Trap is now a much better hand. So you could see people play more of those cards. This also means the Finmail price could go up since it might be a 3-of now. Hypothetically, I guess. once again, this depends. I think this depends a little bit on Genesys format, because I don't think this is going to create like crazy hype for Archmage in the TCG, unless I'm wrong and this actually ends up being a meta deck in the OCG now when this card comes out. Like if we see Archmage everywhere playing 3 Finmails after Burst Protocol releases in the OCG, then yes, it probably will increase the price of Finmail. But that's something I'd be more cautious with, because I don't know if this is top meta advanced constructed material Archmage yet. But it is definitely good in Genesys. Have you seen the newest meta report for OCG? I think I have, unless they made another one. Oh, there's one from 10 days ago. Yes, I've seen that one. Yeah. Depressing. Wait, have I seen this one? No, I have seen it. Yeah, no, I have seen it. I was confused because I thought when I looked at it, it was more Mitsu than Malice, but maybe I'm just misremembering. Because this does say this is the first one of the new format, with the new introduction of Mitsurugi. So it is the one that I saw. I think it updated. Oh, okay. They update these sometimes. It was more Mitsu, right? Yeah, I think it was more Mitsu than Malice. Maybe they keep adding some decks in hindsight if they get more data. It updated. I checked the video and Mitsu was #1. Okay, interesting. I don't think anything down here has changed. I think they just changed the graphic. Yeah. Okay. What are the hits to Malice in the OCG at the moment? If you had to guess, I think if you ask someone who genuinely doesn't know and you tell them Malice has been out in the OCG for how long now? 1.5 weeks? 1.5 years? Almost. More like a year and 2 months, maybe. Not quite 1.5 years. And you had to guess what they had hit for 15 months. Yeah, it's been meta for 15 months, and you would have to guess what they hit for Malice. I think 0 people would actually call it right as to how little they did to Malice. I think genuinely that's insane. So Malice in the OCG has received the following hits: Dormouse to 1. I'm done. That's it. Appo is not a Malice hit. Appo is banned because that card can't exist in a healthy game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I refuse to accept Appaloosa as a hit to Malice. Like, yes, the deck plays it like every other Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck that summons Link monsters. And they put Allure of Darkness to 1, and they don't even play the 1. They don't even play the 1 Allure of Darkness because it was always optional. Anyways, y'all are well actualing me when all I'm saying is it's criminal how little they've done to Malice. Can we agree on that? Even people, I feel like we are at a point, the OCG has to be at a point where even the people who like Malice have to admit that they are not handling this deck properly. Bro, this deck is harder hit. Think about that. This deck is harder hit in Master Duel than in the OCG. And in Master Duel, this deck is like 3 months old. And people couldn't handle it anymore. And they had to put like Dormouse to 1, Underground to 1, and so on. Like, the Malice cards themselves are hit way harder even in Master Duel than in the OCG. They just thought for some reason it's okay to have this deck in in the OCG for 15 months now, and all they've done is put Dormouse to 1. It's okay because the pilots are bad. Come on, man. Yeah. It was handled worse than tier limit hits. I mean, to be fair, it is not a tier 0 deck, is the thing, right? It's just been consistently top 1 or top 2 in formats with like a couple other options. It's not the same as tier limit in that regard. Like, not every top tier Yu-Gi-Oh deck is the exact same in terms of how it's handled and so on. Like, tier limit was different because tier limit was even crazier because that deck was the best deck for so long in the OCG, that like it wasn't even funny anymore. No one puts floodgates in Malice, so that's a good thing. Malice is well positioned in the current metagame for being able to run Drolan Lockbird and Deck Lockdown to shut down Mitsurugi. Anti-Spell Fragrance and Dimensional Barrier are also seeing play in the side deck as a tech against Mitsurugi to hinder their ritual summons. This is the only thing worth mentioning about this deck at this point anymore. This is the metagame report. The only thing they find worth mentioning about Malice is the current trends of which floodgates they're playing. That's the only even remotely interesting thing about this deck at this point. Is like, oh, the current trend in Malice are these floodgates. Yeah, no, unironically, the side deck is a problem. The more often we talk about it, the more often I realize, like, I'm not saying this just like as a joke or as something that just comes up. Typical side deck. The side deck is a problem in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It is a problem. Period. Not a joke, not ironic, not funny. The side deck, they need to do something about the side deck. I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be better off without the side deck. Why not? Only because it's been here for so long does not necessarily mean it was always necessary, or like, I don't know. Because here's the thing, I am not arguing that best of 1 is the way. Please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. Best of 1 is not what I'm advocating for here. I do think best of 3 is better than best of 1 because it reduces variance, and I don't want to get unlucky in one game and have no chance to come back. I don't want to lose because I went second that one game and my opponent opened crazy. I want to have like more games to balance out the variance, and I want to have more games to potentially come back into a match and stuff like that. I think that's not my point. My point is that the side deck in best of 3 is creating a lot worse games than before. Like, game 1 is usually the best game these days. Game 2 and 3 are so infiltrated by, or like ruined by, these kind of cards. I love the idea to do small tweaks to your deck. Here's the thing. The idea is solid. Make small tweaks, take out some suboptimal cards in a matchup, replace them for better ones. Sure. The idea is good. The execution is ass, because the small tweaks that people are making are not small tweaks. The small tweaks are, I'm going first, let me remove 3 Fuba for 3 D barriers. That's not a small tweak. People defending the side deck are crazy at this point. I think it's hard to argue with this. Yes, I do think I do for the most part. I think it's hard to argue that the side deck is introducing a lot of toxic cards into the game that wouldn't be played as much if it was without a side deck. Side deck, but only for game 2 or game 3, but only one game after game 1. I honestly, I think the easiest solution, in my opinion, is the best solution in this particular case, and I think it would be a large change, but ultimately I think it would do a lot more good for Yu-Gi-Oh as a game and also for tournaments in general. And I the more I'm thinking about this, the more I feel like the solution is just get rid of the side deck. I think just build a deck and play 3 games for it. So you have to build your deck to be capable of going first and going second at the same time. And I think it has a lot of positive impacts, because 90% of the cards that are played in the side deck are not necessary to play a good game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, yes, for certain cards like maybe Thrust or Nibiru or whatever, it'd be a little awkward then, because they would be in your deck even if you play against a deck that they're not good against or whatever. But that honestly is just like a balancing factor to these cards. Like, if you want to play Nibiru, you have to live with the fact it's not great in every matchup. If you want to play Droll, you have to live with the fact it's not great in every matchup. If you want to play Fuva, you have to live with the fact that it's going to be dead in your hand when you go first. Dark Ruler, same thing. None of those cards are unplayable, which is proven by the fact that people are main decking them at the moment. People are willing to go first with Fuva in their deck in game 1. So why is it so bad if they are forced to do this like twice in a best of 3 if they win the dice roll? It's not. And another thing that it does for tournaments is it makes them faster. You know, like you eliminate 2 to 3 minutes between every game where people side deck, and I think that's a big deal. That's like 5 minutes per round in every single match, because you just like shuffle up your deck and play another game. I think that's convenient. That's more like a side effect. That's not the main reason. It's just why I feel like it makes it even more elegant of a solution. It's just like, let's just get rid of it. Like, it's not important. It doesn't add anything super valuable to Yu-Gi-Oh matches. The side deck only makes games worse most of the time. It would make decks 15 cards cheaper. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's why they're not doing it. Maybe it's because, oh, you want to sell 55 or 70 cards per deck and not 55. Maybe that might be the reason. Doesn't mean I agree with it. I think the gameplay is better if you don't have a side deck, period. Make it so if you want to bring a crazy card going first or second, you have to accept sometimes they're going to be dead. Exactly. Sometimes your Dark Ruler is going to suck. Sometimes your Fuva is going to suck. Sometimes your Droll is going to suck. And sometimes your D-Barrier is going to suck if you want to main deck it. That means those cards have actual downsides. Because if you only ever side deck these cards, they never have downsides. I'm only playing D-Barrier when I'm going first. I'm only playing the hand traps or the Dark Ruler or whatever going second if they're in my side deck. It's just like a whole bunch of super high impact cards with no drawbacks anymore because I'm only putting them in after siding. At that point, I would just build to go second every match and build with breakers. Maybe. Is that so bad if that's a viable strategy? I don't think that's a negative point. Like, that's just like a normal development in a card game. When, like, if something changes, you build decks accordingly. Oh yeah. I think it kind of ruins Go second a bit. You just make him start post game 1. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. So think this through. If this strategy is really good, then you make your opponent start game 1. You probably win game 1. They make you go first game 2. You don't have a plan for it. You lose. You make him start in game 3. It still works. It's not dead. I don't think it's ruined at all. Also, in a game with no side deck, the FNL list probably is made accordingly. I mean, of course, the change I'm suggesting is a big change. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that if you remove the side deck, a lot of things would change and they would have to respond accordingly, which is probably why it's not happening. This is probably just, this is game design and game balance talk that is somewhat unrealistic because I don't expect this to happen in Advanced Constructed, which is a little sad that every time I'm talking game balance and game design, whenever I feel like I'm making a good solution, I always have to preface it with, it's not going to happen, but, which it's kind of sad, you know, that we have reached a point like that where the good idea is like, I mean, it's not going to happen, but let me just talk about it. I still think it's interesting, personally. I think these sort of like thought experiments are interesting, even though I don't think it's going to happen. I think realistically, the answer to all of these problems is Genesys format, and I'm not even kidding. I think that is their way of giving us a more balanced environment where the floodgates are costed properly and stuff like that, and the power level is lower because no links and pendulum. I think Genesys is their answer to it. I think they are aware that there is a large portion of the Yu-Gi-Oh community that want this type of gameplay, and they're like, for whatever reason, we can't give it to you in Advanced Constructed, so we're gonna give you Genesys, and I'm happy about that. But the thing is, like, Genesys format existing has showed me a few things. Like, it's taught me a couple things about myself. It's like, I've been playing this game for a long time, and now there's this version of this game that I think has a better way of handling it, and I'm like asking the question, why can't we have this in Advanced Constructed as well, you know? So while I am very happy about Genesys format existing, it does, you know, kind of bring up the question of like, why, you know, it's basically like finding out that I've been wanting this all along, you know? You didn't know you could be happier? I guess so, yeah. I guess so. It's like once you see this format and once you see how things are being handled in this format, it feels a little weird to go back, right? And just accept all the things in the TCG. Because like the TCG is still a good game, but what if Genesys is just better? What if Genesys is just better than the TCG? Than Advanced Constructed? What do? Do you play both, or do you just play Genesys? So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for me. Because the answer to that question does not only include the quality of the format is not the only thing that decides about this, right? Like there's more factors involved in which format you play, because it also depends on which tournaments are happening. You know, if Genesys gets less big tournaments than Advanced Constructed, then that is a significant you know, draw towards Advanced Constructed as well for me, right? Yes, it does depend on how competitive Genesys is, and I think I'm not alone with that sentiment. I think there is a couple of people who would maybe prefer Genesys format if there are the same amount of YCSs for them. But you know, even if there's a couple of Genesys YCSs in a year, would I still play the advanced constructed YCSs? Probably, because I still do enjoy advanced constructed. It's just there's something else now that I'm not sure yet which one I'm going to prefer in the long term. So I guess it's a little bit like Master Duel, where Master Duel, I thought about this recently, like Master Duel is at this point basically a completely different game than advanced constructed TCG, right? Like Master Duel feels more like Duel Links in that sense, where it is also Yu-Gi-Oh, but it is so different at this point that it's an alternative format basically, right? We have TCG, we have OCG, we have Master Duel, we have Duel Links, we have Genesys. All of these are Yu-Gi-Oh, but all of these are like different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh. So like being a TCG player does not necessarily make you a Master Duel player. Being a Master Duel player does not necessarily make you a Duel Links player, and so on and so forth. And I guess with Master Duel, I guess that's fine, but it is not exactly what I was expecting when the game came out. But I mean, that's three and a half years ago at this point, and realistically, I didn't really. I've come to terms with that. I've come to terms with the fact that Master Duel is not going to be TCG format a long time ago. I'm still not happy with it, but it's not something I ever like really think about anymore. I'm a Master Duel player with no locals nearby. I really want to play Genesys, but I can't. I'm sad. Yeah, that's understandable. And that is also why I'm happy Master Duel exists, even in a time where I don't think the format is great. But it's like, if there's a lot of people out there in cities or countries where it's harder to play the physical trading card game. So I think it's awesome that they have a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is really something I value about Master Duel, is like it connects you to more people from more places that wouldn't be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Otherwise. But yeah. Master Duel being behind kind of sucks. I mean, yes and no, because if you only play Master Duel, then it doesn't really matter if you're behind. You just like, I think the only perspective that it sucks from is when sometimes when you play both TCG and Master Duel, sometimes it gets stale quicker, because I've had this before. You know, like I've played with these cards 3 months ago. It doesn't feel as special. You know, like Mitsurugi comes out in Master Duel and I'm like, okay, well, I kind of know how to build Pure Mitsurugi. I kind of know how to play Pure Mitsurugi already. There's a ton of resources out there on Pure Mitsurugi. I've played this deck at Nationals at this point like 5 months ago. So like it doesn't feel as exciting and as fresh as it did in the TCG when it came out, right? And so I think this doesn't apply if you only play Master Duel. If you only play Master Duel and you're only concerned with the cards that are currently out, I think it doesn't matter as much, right? Because you just take the cards as they release in Master Duel. You just look at the stuff that comes out in Master Duel at the moment, and you basically just care about that. And I think that's why it all makes a lot more sense if you start looking at these games as separate entities, completely separate entities, right? Like Master Duel is a completely different entity from the TCG. And then some of these decisions, I mean, they don't get better, but they make more sense, right? You play versus people with optimized lists of new decks day one because OCG, TCG being ahead. So even if you play Master Duel only, you're still having your experience affected. Of course, yes. The information that's out there is different. This is the same for us in the TCG, right? Like, and I do agree with that point. That definitely has something. It has an effect on the excitement you feel about new cards if you are the very first one to actually try them out, right? Like, releases always feel different when we get them in the TCG first, like TCG exclusive stuff like Mitsurugi or Odeon, those sort of things, like they feel more exciting than when we get an archetype that we've known for months is going to be good because the OCG has been having it for so long, right? Like, I don't know. Ryziel or Malice, even though those decks were it was exciting times when they came out here, still, it was already proven they are top tier meta decks, and a lot of the ratios, at least fundamentally, had already been figured out by the OCG, you know? But at the same time, I think the fundamentals of a deck, they get figured out relatively quickly anyways. But yeah. The interesting stuff and the creativity basically at this point comes from the fact that the formats are different, right? So like even though the schedules are staggered, the formats are different enough. Like basically the games are close enough to each other that you can kind of infer which cards are going to be good and which cards won't be, but they're not so close that you can 100% guarantee that exactly the same stuff that's meta over there is going to be meta over here, or exactly the same stuff that's meta in the TCG is going to be meta in Master Duel when we get it. They're not that close to the point where, you know exactly the same stuff is going to happen, right? And that's then where some of the skill and some of the innovation and some of the creativity comes back, is realizing the differences in the format and understanding that maybe just because Ryziel Fiendsmith was the best deck in the TCG for so long does not necessarily mean it's going to be the best deck in Master Duel, because the card pool is slightly different, the ban list is different, and so on and so forth, right? And so it probably impacts the starting point where everyone starts at, right? Like Mitsurugi, having been out in the TCG for so long now, or like for half a year or whatever it was, is impacting the starting point in Master Duel, right? Like, where do people start in Master Duel? They start with Ryziel Mitsurugi, they start with pure Mitsurugi, and maybe some Mitsurugi Orcus. That's where they start, because that's the most obvious stuff, because that's been working in the TCG. So in the beginning, that's how it's looking. That's what people are doing, because it makes sense, and because those are obviously going to be good choices. Where we go from there is still relatively open, right? Because we don't know exactly what ends up being the best. Is Ryziel Mitsu the best? Is Mitsu Fiendsmith? Is it Mitsu Orcust? Is it pure Mitsu? Can't say that yet in Master Duel, right? Master Duel is just FTK versus FTK and has been since Snake Eyes came out. Horrid last 2 years. Highly subjective. I'm more on the verge of agreeing with you. But that's mostly because I also don't like the direction that the OCG is going in. And I do think Master Duel, for the most part, is following more of the OCG philosophy than the TCG philosophy. So I feel like Master Duel is not headed in a very positive direction at the moment. But yeah. I mean, at least they've hit Malice harder than the OCG at this point, which is kind of crazy. Master Duel is a failed concept for competitive play. I wouldn't phrase it like that. The way I would phrase it is, I think both Master Duel and the OCG are very, very heavily catered towards a more casual playing experience, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it does come at the cost of competitive play being worse. Whereas I think the TCG is a lot more focused on competitive balance, which might sound weird because of all the floodgates we have in Advanced Constructed. But if you look at Genesys, I think that deck is basically, that format is basically shaped around the competitive experience, right? Like, it's basically a format that's throwing a lot of concepts together to make up for a more healthy competitive environment, and basically go from there. Whereas I think the OCG and Master Duel is just focused around like having the best possible casual playing experience. Like, Master Duel, I think, gets more frustrating to play the more serious you take it. When you just log in, play your favorite deck, and don't care too much about whether you're actually having a crazy win rate or not, then it's completely fine. It's a fun game to play because it just works like that. Challenger Cups always see the same topping players, though. Same for Duelist Cups. That's not to say that there's no skill in it. Please don't overinterpret what I'm saying. Like, it's still ultimately a competitive game, so there are going to be competitive edges, and there's going to be people that are better than others, and they're still not like, it's not a terrible game. I think it's just worse than TCG and Genesys in that regard, right? It's not like it's impossible to be consistently good at Master Duel. It's just less fun while you're at it, in my opinion. Like it's competing in Master Duel like at a high level is less fun than competing at these other formats at a high level. It's not impossible, but it's less enjoyable. For me. Because this is honestly also subjective. My issue is that there isn't a GOAT format in Master Duel. I mean, that's a whole different topic, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I also don't understand that. I feel like that is just a missed opportunity on all levels. I think that honestly, offering more ways to play things in Master Duel is a win-win for everybody. Like, they would make more money from it because people would be crafting cards that they would never craft for the regular format, like regular ranked. You know, it's basically like every single event that they make, it feels like they want to incentivize you to craft certain cards to play that event. But then a lot of the times, at least I find myself in a position where I don't want to do that because I know this event is over in a couple of days. And I only get a couple of gems from it, so I'm not willing to craft like 10 ultra rares for an event. So like, I'm not doing it. But if it was a permanent game mode, of course I would. If I could play GOAT format or Edison format or Genesys format in Master Duel at any point, of course I would. Of course I would make decks for those. Of course I would spend money. So I think that is just someone somewhere has made a misjudgment or a bad business decision on just keeping Master Duel just one format. I think that is just a bad decision. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I got food. We need a video to watch because I want to eat my food. We have, let me check Discord for some React Andy suggestions. We have... This has to change in Genesys format. Okay. Sure. I'm down. Once again, whenever we watch a video, I'll send the link in chat. You guys give some love to the creator. This has to change in Genesys format. All right, cool. See it.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm doing a small discussion video on some things that I think have to change in Genesys, or what Konami should change about Genesys. Because let's be real, Genesys is a super cool format. I really love to play it. It has super nice gameplay. It's I think, better than the normal TCG right now, because let's be real, the normal TCG right now is, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of fun right now. As Joshua Schmidt said in his
Oh,
video, there are a lot of floodgates and have ever been, right? This is not.
I did not expect the video that I made to be this viral, let's say. I didn't think it would have this much fallout, but I guess I think it's a good discussion to be had, especially with Genesys format coming out. I'm happy I stirred that discussion a little bit. I think it's a good thing. I think it's something we should talk about more. And now that they've given us this alternative format, I think it's good. It's really the thing that's made it so obvious for me that like they have a way of handling this better. So
a problem we have just right now, we always had in normal TCG the problem with just flipping dimensional barrier, going first, or out of floodgates that lock you out of the game. So yeah, I think some things like that we don't have in the Genesys format, which just infinitely makes that better and makes Genesys format a lot more fun to play. But Konami still left some things in the game which, yeah, let's say, doesn't make it so fun to play the format, and this is what I want to discuss in this video. And I also like to hear your opinion about that. Please write in the comments. And I have some points that I really think should be changed by Konami and would make playing Genesys overall better. And yeah, let's go straight into it. The first.
Okay, so I was wondering, based on the title, on whether that was like a fundamental thing that they wanted to change something about the concept of Genesys, but it seems like it's a discussion about the points in Genesys, which I'm down.
The thing I want to talk about is the dimension family, right? We're talking about dimension shifter, dimensional barrier, dimensional fissure, and stuff like macrocosmos, right? Or even a different dimension ground. We also have that on the points list. The first thing I want to give you is the points on those cards. We have, really importantly, dimensional barrier at 100 points. Konami did everything right in their decision at.
You know what's funny? I 100% agree with dimensional barrier 100 points. But it's not in Genesys format. Dimensional barrier is not even the strongest out of these 5 cards, in my opinion. Like, I feel like they put D-barrier to 100 points to make a statement. But I don't think D-barrier is the strongest out of those 5. I think the strongest out of those 5 is probably Dimension Shifter.
Dimensional barrier 100 points. I think this is
because it works going first and second, and it can skip 2 turns depending on the deck you're playing.
But on the other cards, Konami, I think, did not do that great of a job, because we have dimensional fissure at 0 points, we have macrocosmos at 0 points, we have different dimension grounds only at 10 points, and we have dimension shifter only at 10 points. When the format started, dimensional shifter was only at 5 points. They even upped the points on it already because they saw it's a problem. But I don't know why it's 10 points. Like, 10 points is way too less, because if you have a deck that can play it, they can easily fit in 3 of the dimensional shifter in there, and then we still have those non-games that are created.
It's way too easy.
Some decks, they just cannot.
The thing with shifter is it doesn't even. I think that's their argument to put it to 10 points, because there is a couple of decks in Genesys format where Dimension Shifter does not create non-games against it. There are some decks who can deal with it a little bit better, like Odeon, for example, right? Odeon doesn't care that much if it gets shifted. So from their perspective, it's like, okay, shifter overall, not good against every single deck, so we don't need to put too many points on it. And my argument here is that the Genesys points list is not only there for just balancing alone, it is also here to kind of like portray what kind of Yu-Gi-Oh you want to be played. And shifter is like, basically, I mean, if you use that argument of like, oh, shifter isn't even good against every deck, then like D-barrier should also not have points, right? Like, because D-barrier is not good against Odeon either. Like, are we going to put D-barrier to 10 points? No, because it doesn't promote healthy gameplay, and shifter does not promote healthy gameplay either. Just because shifter doesn't even hit a lot of decks at the moment does not mean it should be cheap in Genesys format, because there's going to be a time the Genesys format is going to develop. There's going to be a time where shifter is going to destroy like most of the meta decks, because like you just have to skip basically your turn and your opponent's turn. You can't do anything. And yeah, the basically what I'm saying is the gameplay shifter provides is not something that should be in Genesys.
Win against Dimension Shifter, you will still have the problem. Yeah, Genesys format is way slower than the normal TCG. So if maybe their thinking when they created the points list was that Dimension Shifter and a different dimension ground can only get 10 points because they stop after 1 turn or after 2 turns like Dimension Shifter. But it's not that true, right? It's not that slow because the format still can end in like 2 turns. Because if I play against let's say I play against Exorcister, right? They go first, they drop Dimension Shifter, make their whole board.
Yeah.
I cannot do anything because my deck loses against Dimension Shifter. I lose against the board and against Dimension Shifter. Or even if I get slightly, my deck gets slightly worse by Dimension Shifter.
You die the turn after. And I think it's another card that basically it goes against the spirit of the format, because it basically just, the fact that Shifter is so cheap just basically disincentivizes you to play certain decks. Like if your deck sucks into Shifter, even if it's a rogue deck otherwise, you just don't want to play it because there's decks that might Shifter you and you just auto lose, and that doesn't feel good.
Have to play against the board and the floodgate.
Yeah, it's just lame.
So the game immediately ends there. Or even if I go first and lose against Dimension Shifter, the most of the decks can just OTK you, right? So it's the same as the normal TCG, but the difference here is that people play Dimension Shifter at 3. So my recommendation is, if you play Dimension Shifter, you shouldn't be able to play any other non-engine. And
33.
Also, if your deck has points, you shouldn't be able to play it. So I think
33.
At least, I don't know, 25 or 30 points on Dimension Shifter, so or 33, something like that. But if this was a wish list for me, I would just say go for 100 points. Nobody needs this card.
I vibe with the 100 points, but realistically, 33 is where it's at. 33 is what I've been saying. 33 is where it's at. You get 3 shifters, I'll give it to you, but nothing else.
It always creates non-games, so my recommendation would be go higher, a lot higher, but I think it's not that realistic that this card will get from 10 to 100 points. So I hope at least in the next list it will move up to 20, 25, 30 points, stuff like that. So that is not that easily playable along other non-engine, and not easily play in every deck that can play it, right? And for the different dimension ground, I think it's not that worse, not that bad, because this only lasts for 1 turn. It's also only for monsters, which also matters, and also thrust costs points. This is normally.
This card, on the other hand, I think is fine at 10. The only thing I don't want to happen with this card is I don't want it to be 0 points. Let me tell you why I'm okay with this card in Genesys format if it costs some points. Basically, the way I look at it is that I think cards that are mostly used in the side deck don't need to have a whole lot of points, because it takes a lot of dedication to put a card into your side deck that has 10 points. Especially, like they said, you can't thrust for it. So if you spend 30 points on your side deck for a card that only works going first, is not that good. Which is the same reason why I said D-Barrier technically didn't need 100 points in Genesys. I did say that, if you were listening. I did say that. I hate D-Barrier, so I don't mind it at 100 points. That's subjective from me, personally. And the same thing is true about Different Dimension Ground. If this card had 100 points, I would not care. I would not be sad at all. I'm just saying, from a design perspective, I don't think it has to have 100 for people to not play it as often. I think if this card has anywhere from 10 to 20, it's already fine, because people are not going to main deck this card. And if you want to spend 30 points, which is almost a third of your budget, on your side deck card, then I guess so. The only thing that's important for these types of cards is that they're not free. Because when they're free and you can put them into your side deck at no opportunity cost, that's when they become toxic. Because then people just play them without a second thought. Then it becomes an auto-include in certain side decks. Because, oh, skipping my opponent's turn is free? I guess I'll do it. So, and that shouldn't be something that they can do, in my opinion.
Just a thrust target, so I think it's fine at 10 points. You can move it up a bit more, like 20, but I think this doesn't make the huge problems. I think it's fine. It would be okay if they do not move it at all.
Where's the Pokemon? We're playing more Pokemon later.
all right. So
Don't
I'm
worry.
fine with it only costing 10 points. Then about Dimensional Fissure and Macrocosmos, I think those cards are not fine at 0 points, not at all, because 0 points cards and 10 points cards already make a huge difference, because a 0 point card means that you can
0 is stupid. The difference between 0 points and like even 3 or 5 points is massive, especially for side deck cards. These cards cannot be completely free of any like cost, in my opinion. Even if it's 5 points, but please, something.
play it at free at every in every deck that wants to play it. And Dimensional Fissure and Macrocosmos also are not just staying there for one turn, they stay there forever. So let's imagine you play a watered down version of Draco Tail or Branded or whatever needs to graveyard, like a Dante deck, Burning Abyss. Even if you go second and
Bro,
people
I want to play Burning Abyss in Genesys. It seems so fun.
you make a normal board that you want to interact with, and people just flip you, just activate the Dimensional Fissure. Usually you just lose. So I think those cards should be way higher on the points list.
The difference between 0 and 10 for side deck is the difference between 10 and 50 in the main deck. Yeah, something like that. Like if a card is 10 and it's a side deck card, that's rough. That's expensive.
Like the same as Dimension Shifter. You just go for at least 33 points for those cards. I just think they have to be way up higher. If you want to play them, you shouldn't be able to play other non-engine. And yeah, 0 points is not acceptable. So I
Genuinely, what are you gonna do? Getting Fire Lake into rollback the Fire Lake? I mean, no, it's BA, and I'm talking like BA without Beatrice. Like I'm just the good old Fire Lake, but like with some new tools. Sounds very fun. I haven't tried it yet, but it sounds very fun. That reminded me. I wanted to do that.
Want to do as much if they say, okay, we need those cards in the game to check like heavy graveyard decks that do heavy combos or stuff like that. They want to have them in the game, then at least give them some points. Give them like 10 points. Then this would also already help. So people cannot just play them without mind to just put it in because yeah, I have like the space, not just the points left. So they have to be addressed somehow. It would be okay if they get 10 points, because yeah, it's true. If you play into a board, they do not help that much because they can easily get out. But if you go first, you just have to win
5 points is all I'm asking for. Five.
So I don't think those cards are healthy, and I don't think those cards promote
5 for these two, please.
For one of the players that's playing against it. So I would move them up, right? A lot of floodgates are hit on the points list, so they have. Well,
even if it's 3, sure. Even I'll take it. I'm not asking for much here,
just
okay?
Make the game better. The next thing I want to talk about is towers, and some towers in general. We have a lot of floodgates hit, right? I talked about the dimensional family. This is some of the few floodgates that are not hit. Towers in some way are also creating non-games and are a bit working a bit like floodgates, because if you cannot out a tower monster, you're likely gonna lose that, and it's gonna feel really bad if you're not able to out it, because you know right here he goes for the tower, he slaps it on the board, I cannot win at all, right? So it's relating the same way. If your opponent makes an unaudible tower or gives you not the ability to play by a floodgate, it feels the same way, I think. Towers are less worse than floodgates because you can draw the outs in multiple turns, but yeah, it's still a problem. A lot of towers are actually hit in this game, in the Genesys format. For example, Dragoon has 100 points, also number 59, the Crooked Cook has points, Psychic End Punisher has 20 points, Masterpiece has 33 points, Chaos Angel has 20. Those cards are all hit. But one specific card is not hit, which is like a mix of a tower and a card that locks the opponent out of the game. It's hit, but it's not hit enough. It's number 86, Heroic Champion Rongomniat. This card only...
Rongo has 31? 31? Nah. I'll give... Okay, here's my suggestion. They have the opportunity to do something very funny, which is they can do the same thing they did with Paradise Smasher, because Paradise Smasher they put it to 67. This one they can put to 86. It's a meme and it's healthy.
Because 31 points, right? 30.
To be fair, some of you guys are saying Bamboozling Gossip Shadow is 70 points, which was a main way to get to a 5 material Rongo. Sure, fair enough. I haven't experienced Rongo as a large problem in Genesys format yet, but I think that's the that's the key point there. Yet is the key point. I think at 31 points, there might just be too much potential to abuse it.
1 points. This is less than Branded Fusion. Yeah, Branded Fusion is also a probably problematic card in itself, but you cannot tell me that Red Eyes Dragoon has 100 points and a card like Rongomnyat, which...
Okay, so the problem is here we're basically we're comparing cards based on their end board presence, their power level. Like, yes, if a Rongo is being summoned, it is more powerful than a Dragoon. I agree, 100%. However, it is significantly harder to make, especially in a format without Isold, like without links in general, and without Bamboozling Gossip Shadow. I haven't seen anyone abuse Rongo, except for there was one card they gave points. Like, I think it's Numbers Evail or whatever it's called. Like, there is a card that like cheats out Rongo somehow. I forgot how it works, but there is a combo that like gets you Rongo. And I think they fixed that. But I don't think it's completely unrealistic that someone finds a way to spam like 5 level 4 warriors.
If you don't know what this card does, right? If he
Onomat can make it in 1 card, yeah, that's a problem then. Yeah, sure.
You can build him with 4 materials, 4 warrior, level 4 warrior monsters. Your opponent can normal or special summon monsters. Just like the single effect. And the other effect, if it has 3 plus materials, unaffected by other card effects. And if it has 5 plus materials, once per turn you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. So it's not a quick effect, but this card is like ridiculous. I don't know who ever made this card. It's the dumbest thing I have ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! And it says it's unaffected by other card effects, straight up, right? And
the thing is, the gameplay this provides is much worse than Dragoon. Yes, 100%. I agree with you. I agree 31 is too low. I just want to put that out there.
Your opponent cannot normal or special summon monsters. So Kaijus are
86.
Not against.
Sweet.
The only thing that effectively can out that is XYZ Encore. That's the only card in the game, and I think Herald of the Abyss, right? Those cards can out this, but this is like one of the worst cards to face. And we have a deck, Dodo that can easily build this card, and they can even play like non-engine on top, because Dodo is completely free. They only have 1 card, which they can play as a one-off at 33 points, right? So
these are things that I'm not too worried about, because I just expect these to be fixed. Because we are basically in beta testing for Genesys format at the moment, I feel.
Some suggestions here. Go for 100 points from Gomnyat. Why does this card only have 31 points? We don't need that card. There is no benefit in this card having less than 100 points. Give it 100 points. And then also give Dodo some more points, like, I don't know, on Dodo Warrior, because this card is crazy, right? Give it at least 10 or 15 points. So they cannot do whatever they want, right? Because this deck, even without Rongomnyat, is like super strong combo deck and can do ridiculous things where they can easily cheat out 4 monsters, right, to just go for Rongomnyat. Their only problem in this format is they don't have enough monster zones to be able to special summon stuff. So if this is the only problem of your deck, then yeah, it's kind of unfair if you go against that with a nerfed deck that's from 2015 or something like that, right? Because a lot of decks are nerfed that are really old and are not that strong. So I don't know why Rongomnyat is only at 31 points. I'm getting really angry when I just think about that. Somebody did a huge mistake there on the points list. This card needs to be 100 points, and then also give Dodo some points on the warrior, and then we fix this problem. That's fine. But this is not the only problematic flatgate we have as XYZ. We also have Utopic Draco Future. This one, it says cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, and you can detach one material from this card, negate the activation of a monster effect, right? And then
this one's fine at 20, I think. Like, this was not fine at 0, I think. 20's fine. 20's fine.
You can gain control of that monster, which is...
It's a good card,
just a crazy
but it's
effect.
like
you
still...
can easily build that
20
by
is
overlaying
expensive.
Just 2 XYZs. This card is at 20 points. I think it's fine that this card remains playable. It doesn't have to get pushed to 100 points, but just make let's do a comparison. Dragoon is at 100 points, and Dragoon is, yeah, it's pretty strong, but it's not 5 times stronger than Utopic F0, right? I would argue that F0 is even.
Yeah, but we can take this argument both ways. Dragoon is probably a little overcosted. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think the problem in this equation is that Utopic Draco Future. I don't think we should be comparing every single card to Dragoon and say like, oh, this card is not 1/5 of Dragoon's power, so it needs to be more expensive.
Even way more easy to build than Dragoon because we don't have Witchy Anaconda in this format. So I think
because 100 for Dragoon is rough. Like, don't get me wrong, Dragoon is a very powerful card and should be very expensive. But Dragoon at 100 is, I think, definitely on the harsher side of points. If you don't like Dragoon, you could say like it should stay at 100, but I don't think it's the best baseline of a card. Like, because you could take other 100 cards. Let's take VFD as a baseline, because that's also 100 points. Would I like to play against VFD? Like, I think, is VFD worth 5 Utopic Futures? I think so. I would rather play against the 5 Utopic Futures in a row than 1 VFD. Like, I do think it's, I would face Utopic Draco Future much happier than a VFD. So I think it's kind of arbitrary if you just take another card on the list, use its point total, and then just compare this card to that and say like, okay, because then you're making the assumption that that other card is statted or costed perfectly.
This card should get up like, I don't know, 20 points more. So it's at 40 points, so it's still playable, right? But it's not that easy, and you have to get rid of some non-engine to play it. So I think it's too cheap to have that only 20 points. That's my suggestion.
I think 20 is fine on this card. I don't think they're like completely outrageous here in their take. Like if this goes to 30 or 40, I personally wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't be like mad about it. It is a fine card at 20 though. I've been feeling like it's been fine.
I could also be wrong there, but this one feels really strong that it only has 20 points.
I think basically I think we're directing some of these suggestions in the wrong direction, because some of the things that are happening in Genesys format at the moment, I think, are not happening because the extra deck tools are not costed properly. I think it's because some engines haven't gotten proper points yet. Like, we're talking Onomat, we're talking Vanquish Soul, we're talking some of those. Some decks just don't have enough points on their engine yet. And they enable these cards a little bit too easy in top meta decks that should probably not be able to easily spend 20 points on cards like this. Of course, Vanquish Soul is not summoning this card, but like, that's the point, right? The point is you want to make these cards available for the lower power decks. The generic cards in Genesys format should not be that expensive, because you want the weak decks to have access to a decent amount of generic cards. Your random Exceed pile should not have to spend half of its points on Utopic Draco Future. That should be like a cheaper option for your deck. And if your engine has 0 points, you should be able to afford this card and some other like non-engine cards, right? Whereas a deck with maybe a stronger Exceed strategy like Onomat should have a lot more points on its engine, instead of more points on Utopic Draco Future, right? So I think what we're doing here is we're playing against Onomat, for example, and we're just watching them play, and we are looking at their endboard piece, and then we are blaming the endboard piece for what's just happened, which in my opinion is not the right approach here, because what the problem is there, the engine is too strong, in my opinion. In terms of Onomat or whatever, like if there's some decks that make these cards way too easily and way too effectively, then those engines should have points.
And maybe go up 10 points, go up 20 points. So, but yeah, I don't think this should be at 20 points. And now I'm going to talk about some more Floodgate monsters, right? Towers monsters that we have. We have Lunalight Liger Dancer. Lunalight is
this one's crazy
in any form. I think Lunalight Liger Dancer is one of the most oppressive.
I guess the problem here is, once again, fundamentally, are Towers monsters something that have a place in Genesys format? Like, do we need to completely destroy these decks? The answer is probably no, because funnily enough, Genesys format is a format where people are more willing to play actual answers to these cards. Like a kaiju or a lava golem or whatever in modern advanced constructed feels like a waste of space, because they never win you the game unless you're specifically up against the Towers monster. Like a lava golem feels like honestly a mediocre card in advanced constructed. In Genesys, it doesn't. in Genesys format, playing Lava Golem is legit. In Genesys format, playing Kaijus is fine. And so that does make these cards less potent in general. I do think 0 points on this is maybe on a little bit on the cheaper side, but I don't see as many Lunalights. And you know, Lunalight as a deck should probably exist. They should not outright destroy Lunalight. So I feel like it's okay that Lunalight is a thing. A couple of points here and there, maybe, if it starts being more popular, but I don't have a huge issue with it.
Unaffected by card effects and also can pop your whole board. Yeah, they cannot play, how's it called? Their Pendulum Monster, Lunalight Tiger. Yeah, they cannot play their Tiger, so the deck is somehow hit and cannot easily produce the Liger Dancer, but I think...
What happens if you don't draw the out? It kind of feels bad if you auto-lose to a tower if they're too powerful. Right. I mean, I'm not saying this card provides the most fun gameplay, but it is a play style that kind of like exists in Yu-Gi-Oh! So like just because I don't like the play style, I don't want to tell them to just completely outright ban it. Because there are realistic outs that you can play to this. I think the problem with Liger Dancer is it also kills you way too quickly. And I guess maybe a good suggestion for Liger Dancer is to put it at 51 so you can't make it multiple. I feel like that is... 51 is a lot. And maybe you don't have to put it at 51 to stop people from playing 2. Like maybe if you put it at 30 or something, people would already stop playing 2 because they need their points for other things. But yeah. You can say the same about burn or stall. I mean, have I complained about any burn decks in Genesys? Literally the only cards I don't think have a place in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are floodgates, because those I think are fundamentally terribly designed. I think towers themselves, if there are outs to them around, are fine. I meant the chatter. Oh, okay, fair enough. Never mind.
They shouldn't be able to play like non-engine on top of that. I think Lunalight Liger Dancer should at least...
It's already super hard to make 2 Liger Dancer without the Pendulum. Yeah, without Lunalight Wolf, I guess. I don't think this card needs to be that many points. I think a couple points on it, fine. I don't know. The 0 feels cheap for this in terms of the power level that this card provides, for sure. But I don't think they need to go too hard on it.
Have 50 points. Heck, Mirror Jade has 33 points, so this card at least should have 55 points or 50 points and stuff like that. Let's say 55, so that you cannot build 2, or 51 would be all right. So you can only at least build 1, and if the opponent is able to out it with something like a Kaiju or anything else, you actually won, right? And if you cannot out it, you lost. It's not really...
It's hard because I don't fundamentally disagree with the fact that these cards don't provide good gameplay, right? Like, but on the one hand, I want the game to be exactly how I want it to be. Like this, I don't think this is healthy, so I want it to be completely gone. But then there's other people, and then I feel like you got to realize there's other people who maybe really like Lunalight and they like this style of deck, and that's fine. I'm willing to accept that to a certain degree. Literally, the only thing that I'm not willing to accept is if you say my playstyle is activating floodgates, because that, in my opinion, is not a playstyle because you're not playing. But Lunalight players are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! They're just like aiming for a different win condition. Whereas a floodgate aims to not play Yu-Gi-Oh! With your opponent, which is a different thing, in my opinion.
Be good, but at least don't give them the ability to have...
I don't think this is interesting card design, but the deck
should never
playstyle can exist.
51 points. This is my recommendation. This would make the game better. Then let's talk about Super Quantum. They have Super Quantum, Mech King, Great Magnus. This card is also at 0 points, just like the rest of the Super Quantum engine, I think, also has like 0 points. So they can build this tower that says your opponent cannot add cards from deck to the hand. It's unaffected by card effects. Except
is Super Quantum a thing?
So this is a Coloss, and also is unaffected. They can just build this going first and have hand traps on top of that. So I don't think this card should have 0 points. This same recommendation. I think it should have like we don't have to kill Super Quantum because Super Quantum is not the craziest deck in the world, right? But give this thing 50 points.
So how like is this the win con for Super Quants? Or is it like a functional deck without this card? it's fine without it. If it's true that it can function without it, then I don't mind putting a couple points on it, because then it's like a similar situation to Generator, where you can either choose to play it with VFD but then less non-engine, or without VFD and then you get a lot more non-engine. I think that's fine. But it's obviously not as toxic as VFD, so it does not have to be 100.
I don't know, 30 points they cannot.
I think in general, basically, what they are asking for here is they're asking for a lot of proactive hits before those decks actually see results. I think that is not going to happen. I think as long as these decks manage to fly under the radar a little bit and manage to be like somewhat playable but not too strong, I think nothing is going to happen to this card. And I think realistically, if there's a couple of these decks in the format, you know, if there's Super Quantum, if there's Lunalight, if there's whatever, then you just have to play some responses to it. Like, you just, like, kaijus are going to have value and so on and so forth. It's kind of like how when Masterpiece was a meta card in 2017, people had to play kaijus for it, which not the most healthy interaction, but you know, it's these unaffected cards are better than cards that tell your opponent not to play, in my opinion, as long as they don't kill your opponent instantly, which is a little bit of the problem with Liger. Like, if you could more effectively stall out a Liger Dancer if you are super ahead, like if you have a lot of card advantage but your opponent has a Liger, you still die really quickly, right? With this card, it's not necessarily the same. Like, yes, it can shuffle away one card, but it doesn't like nuke the entire board. So if you can just stall this a little bit until you draw your kaiju or whatever, it doesn't end the game on the spot. So I don't have a big issue with a card like that.
Have infinite hand traps, right? And cannot pass on this one, and also
read the last effect. Yeah, okay, it's Colossus, sure. It's annoying. I don't know why this effect is there, right? But you could still potentially outstall it maybe, and try to draw a kaiju. It doesn't.
To free hand traps. So I think that it's important that this one also gets points. Then we have Expurely Noir. I think Lunalight. I think Purely is already kind of hit. I'm gonna take a look at it. Yeah, they have 15 points on Sleepy. They have 5 on the field spell. On the Pure Lily, they have 10 and also 15 on the
Yeah, Noir is unhit because they chose to hit Pearly in other spots. Because effectively, the thing is, like, it doesn't really matter where you hit a deck if it's own, like, Pearly, you know, I guess it's limited more in the main deck cards. I do think that approach is a little weird. I think they could go a little lighter on some Pearly cards if they just put Noir to more points, because then you could maybe play Pearly in a different way with other, like, maybe you could play like a Go Second Pearly version that tries to OTK with Happiness or something like that if you just don't play Noir, if the other cards are cheap. So, like, I think putting Noir to 0 and all the other Pearly cards have a bunch of points, you just force everyone to play Pearly in one way, which I think is fine, but not the idea of the format. I think it would be more in the spirit of the format if Noir had, like, let's say they make Noir like 60 points, and then some of the Pearly cards have like maybe 5 points, so that you could play Pearly with Noir, with one Noir, but if you do, you have no points left over, or you can make the decision to play Pearly without Noir, and all of a sudden you have 60 points to spend if you manage to make the deck work without the Towers monster, right? I think that'd be a more interesting approach, personally.
So I think this deck is actually kind of hit good. Maybe you could make the Sleepy Memory a bit more expensive so they cannot draw infinite cards, but I think Purely is fine as it is, right? I don't think they have to hit it more. And yeah, this Floodgate, this tower is also unaffected, but yeah, if you want to do something, you have to detach some cards. So I think it's fine. It's not a Floodgate on top, right? So it's fine. Then we have Disaster Dragon Ruler of all.
No, not my boy!
This one also says that it's unaffected by other card effects and gains 4,600 attack and defense if it has all attributes attached to it. And it can clear the whole board. It can wipe the whole board. Usually this thing cannot be built going first. It's like a follow-up play if you break a board, if you overlay 2 of the rank 7 Dragon Ruler monsters. All of the Dragon Rulers, I think, also have like 7 points. They cannot play any non-engine, so I think it's fine that this card exists at 0 points. I don't think Konami has to do as much.
Based.
And we have Raid Raptor.
I mean, there is a key difference for this card. This card literally, once it's at towers, once it's on the board, it does nothing anymore. You can outstall this card. If it's just this card, it is a 4600 vanilla that does nothing. It does not It does not like remove your opponent's outs to it. It does not stop your opponent from tributing it with a kaiju. It does not tell your opponent you can't add cards from your deck to your hand. This just sits there and waits until, you know, I can either finish out the game or my opponent finds an out to it. You can make this going first if you want to. Then you just don't get the removal effect. But I don't know. I'm biased here because I like Dragon Rulers, but I think it's fine.
All of the Dragon Rulers, I think, also have like 7 points. They cannot play any non-engine, so I think it's fine that this card exists at 0 points. I don't think Konami has to do as much. And we have Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon. This is the last card I wanted to talk about.
I guess we're just bringing up every single towers that's roaming free in the format, I guess, right now. Some of them see play, some of them don't, and we're just discussing whether they should get points or not.
Raptor is completely untouched. They yeah, I don't think they have only points on the rank up cards and on vanishing Lanius, right? So those are the cards that have points. So I think the same thing as before. This one should have 51 points, so they cannot build 2. And if you out the 1, you will be able to do something right. But yeah, this is only my opinion. I haven't experienced so much.
Does anyone play this?
Raid Raptor right now, and I cannot tell if like 51 points is way too harsh. But if my opponent does a full combo and has in the end 2 of these cards that I cannot out, it feels like a floodgate, right? So I think something should be addressed there, but I'm not sure about Raid Raptor. I think this is also fine if Konami doesn't address it. One small thing I also want to touch. I mentioned VFD before, True King of All Calamities. This is like a monster, an XYZ level rank 9 that says once per turn you can detach one material from this card.
Are they going to suggest 101?
All face-up monsters on the field become that attribute. Also, all monsters in the opponent's possession with that attribute cannot activate their effects or attack. This one is at 100 points, and rightly so. This one should stay there. It's banned in the TCG because it's way too broken, right? But I have seen some lists where they used their whole 100 points to get into this card.
Is there any other 100-point card that is seeing consistent play at the moment in Genesys format? Because I can't think of one right now. I saw some people mess around with Mystic Mine in the beginning, but that was very quickly dealt with. Shockmaster, true. To be fair, Shockmaster is rank 4 BFD, basically. They're kind of like the same thing. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Shockmaster and VFD, surely. I mean, who could have guessed? Last turn is not 100. Last turn is 75. I think.
And yeah, it was a Generator, because Generator can easily cheat us out, and Generator also has like I think 0 points at all. So I suggest to give Generator let's say some points, like some small amount of points, like 1 point on a really important card, or maybe the field spell or something like that. Give it 5.
We've talked about this earlier. I mean, I think once again, it's a little. It's one of the things in Genesys format that every once in a while, someone is going to come up with a crazy way to abuse a certain card that's like banned and 100 points. And they're gonna find a way to make it work, and then maybe the deck goes crazy. That is part of the promise of Genesys format, I feel like, that if you can find a way to make one of these cards work, you get to play it. Nothing is banned. And then if something actually becomes meta, then, you know, we'll handle it in a different way. And it's super easy to handle. Just put a couple points on some Generator cards, and you now can no longer play this deck. But I do think it's a very rewarding thing to exist in Genesys format, that there is this sort of idea out there that you can, if you really want to, you can try to make VFD work. You can try to make Shockmaster work. And, you know, while the gameplay behind VFD and the gameplay behind Shockmaster isn't the most healthy, I think the deck building process that leads to these sort of things in Genesys format is a lot more interesting than it would be in Advanced Constructed, because at least they're going to have to find an engine that has 0 points. They're going to have to play it with completely 0-point non-engine, so it's going to be a lower quality deck in that regard. And then they get to play VFD until that's addressed. And then, you know, you were the person to invent that VFD deck that has cost the Generator cards to get points. You know, I feel like that's also something awesome to achieve if you know that you're the reason why the generator cards now have a couple of points because you found VFD generator, right? I think that's kind of like part of the format.
Points or stuff like that. So a really small amount of points, just one point on a really important card they have to play is enough, so they won't be able to just go for True King of all calamities. This is my suggestion. I don't want to hit generator. I just not want to see True King of all calamities being played.
Everyone who competes in Genesys format tournaments should probably have that goal, to be the one who causes a point change on this list. How awesome would it be? I feel maybe that's what we count. Maybe that's what we count in Genesys. We don't count tops. We count, hey, how many changes to the point list have you caused? And then you tell them like, yeah, I did that, and I did that. That's awesome.
It's if you guys know about generator and how they play, maybe
you have a number.
Like,
yeah,
what cards should
I caused 10 changes, and you? I've collectively caused 10 changes.
Should be hit there, just giving it 1 point so they won't be able to just get out the True King of all calamities and make Yu-Gi-Oh not so fun anymore. All right, and the last thing I want to talk about is about some archetypes that just feel a bit too strong. And my suggestion here is to not...
I'm new to Yugi. Why is this called VFD? That was its name in the OCG. I forget what it stands for. I mean, people make fun of it and call it Very Fun Dragon, but it was not that. It was... Vanisher, Fathomer, Disaster. Yeah, something like that. Vanquisher, Fathomer, Destroyer. Something like that, yeah.
Make them unplayable. I don't want that in Genesys. I don't want to have anything that's not playable. I just want them to not be able to use strong non-engine, because strong archetype plus strong non-engine can feel really unfair. The first thing I think we have to talk about, and that really will be addressed, I think Konami would not
Vanquish Soul
is Vanquish Soul.
The only thing
that has points in, I'm talking about now at the pure Vanquish Soul deck, is Holisu. So yeah, they don't have the Link Monster, but they just go for every good Vanquish Soul name at 3, and then the rest of the 70 points that they have is like really strong non-engine. And I don't think that this should be possible in Genesys. I don't think you... I think...
All right, chat. Prediction time. After the next update, which is probably in a week, can you still play 3 Raisin, 3 Stake Your Soul, and 3 Holy Sue? What do you think? Yes, but nothing else? I think the best way of handling this is, I think the bulk of the points should go towards Holy Sue, because the way I've experienced Vanquish Soul so far in Genesys format, and also what I've heard, is that the deck is strong, but at its most unfair when it hard opens Holy Sue going second. That is maybe an appropriate thing to do in Advanced Constructed, but in the power level of Genesys format, if you open Holy Sue going second and you do the whole thing, you win the game. So I think the main goal should be to maybe force people to think about the number of Holy Sues they play. Similar to how I feel about Draco Tail in Genesys format at the moment, where Draco Tail is playable, but they don't really want to play triple Phimena, because that's too many points, because Phimena is by far the strongest card to actually draw. All the other cards in all of these modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, you can search anyways, you know, like you'll find them. But like the one that really makes a difference when you hard draw it in Genesys format is Holy Sue. So I could see Holy Sue being the one that gets the most points to tell people, like, I think like Holy Sue 30, Raisin 10, already makes it so you cannot play 3 Holy Sue and 3 Raisin, right? Because 3 Holy Sue would be 90 points. And then Raisin, you can only play 1. Am I going to play Vanquish Soul with 1 Raisin? The answer is probably no. So I can't play 3 Holy Sue if I want to play more than 1 Raisin. So I play 2 Holy Sue and 3 Raisin, which is 90 points, which is almost all my points. I don't think that's too harsh. I really don't think that's too harsh. I don't think that's too crazy. I think if you play 2 Holy Sue and 3 Raisin, and that's most of your points, I think that's fine. You cannot play Ash anymore, but that's okay. It's one of the strongest engines in the game. Why does it get to play the strongest hand trap? Like, you know, it does not kill the deck. Trust me, it does not. It does not kill the deck, not in the slightest.
You shouldn't be able to play Vanquished Soul and on top of that have Ash Blossoms in your deck and also Shifter and stuff like that. This just creates really unfair games. So I just suggest to just go up with the points for Vanquished Soul, and so they can still be played perfectly.
What about something like 10, 10, 20 for Raisin, Steak, and Sue? Also works. Also works. I just put the bulk of the points into Holy Sue because I think that's what makes this deck unfair, is resolving Holy Sue when you go second immediately. And I think I want to get to a point where the deck is still playable, but you disincentivize them from playing triple Holy Sue to reduce the odds of that happening. Like ideally, you put them into a spot where, in order to fit the entire engine and maybe some non-engine, you cannot play 2 or 3 Holy Sues, right? That's I think where you want to be.
Defined, but
20, 10, 10 also works. Yeah.
With less strong non-engine.
Or the 25 for Holy Sue, 10 for Raisin, 5 for Stake Your Soul.
Right here is to go for Raisin, as they did in the TCG. Just give this guy some more points because he's really important to play. Give him, I don't know, also 10 points like Holy Sue. So they have to make the decision, do I want to play more Raisin or do I want to play non-engine? So it also makes their deck building a bit better, and give them also like 10 points on Caesar values. So they have to, or let's say 5 points on Caesar values. So because this is a card they really have to play, and they also play it at 3 right now. So maybe they can now decide, do I want to really play free? Do I need to play free? Can I get down with the ratios to play more non-engine?
Caesar values should not get points.
I suggest Caesar values 5 points and also Vanquished Soul Raisin 10 points. So this deck is way more expensive to play, and they cannot play easily like 50, 70 points of non-engine, and then it's like the best deck.
5 mana and Izuna are 20, so Sue should at least be 20. Yes, I think Sue should at least be 20. And I think that's not even an argument here. The question is, like, the argument I'm making is Sue to 20 is not enough. If they just do Sue to 20, not in the slightest is enough. It's going to change nothing about the fact that this deck is still the best deck in the format. Like, sure, you play maybe less Ash Blossoms or you take away like some Drolls from their side deck, but the Vanquish Soul at its core is still going to be the strongest deck in the game, in Genesis format with Holy Sue at 20. It's not even close. But why do we have to hit every playable deck? That's how balancing works. We're trying to make it still playable but less powerful. Why would we not do that?
Because if you have Ash Blossom, Shifter, and on top of that,
I think you have to understand that hitting a deck in Genesis format is not killing a deck. We are not asking for a Raisin to 1 like in the TCG. Point adjustments in Genesis are far less impactful than you might think in terms of like the playability to a deck. People are playing Memento in Genesis format right now with 33 points on Bone Party, Combined Creation, not Combined Creation King, and Twin Dragon. 33 on each, which, if you're looking at it through the lens of Vanquish Soul, seems crazy. That's like put 33 points on multiple cards, and they still are playable because the engine is so good. This does not stop decks from being playable just because this is a different format than Advanced Constructed,
which is super strong, like Vanquished Soul, and they also rely on their non-engine, right? Because if they have good non-engine with the right attributes, this deck is like super strong. Yeah, this is my suggestion for the Vanquish.
If a deck falls out of playability, what stops them from readjusting? That's the entire thing, right? We have more frequent updates, so we can hit decks in small steps, and if we ever go too far, we can go back in relatively quick succession. And I think that is one of the things that Genesis aims to do. And so small adjustments to the top decks in the format should basically be a given. That is always something they would want to do without killing the deck, but you do want to make sure that the decks that are currently not as good as the best decks have a chance to compete in the next cycle.
Soul deck. Another deck that has to be, I think, addressed is the Man with the Mark deck, the Apophis deck. Nothing there costs point, like really nothing. So
how often do they adjust points? Every 4 to 6 weeks is what they've said.
they just want a YCS in the normal TCG. So I think it's really important that that this deck gets points. And yeah, they could, if they want to just play some impulse or whatever they want, or not just impulse, they could also all dominant stuff, which because those cards are really good.
I have no idea how to hit this one. Well, I think you just put like 10 points on treasures and maybe 10 on Apophis or something like that. Nothing. They don't have to do something crazy. It's all about like the deck needs to remain playable, but it needs to be more restricted in terms of the quality of non-engine that you can play. So instead of just playing basically you want weak engines in. So I think there's three possible outcomes for engines in Genesys format. Either your engine is weak, it should have 0 points, or your engine is good but still relies on non-engine a decent amount because it's not broken, which in that case I think your engine should maybe take about like 30 to 50, 30 to 60 points of your deck, in which case you still have some points left over to play some non-engine. That's kind of like where the middle ground, where like a deck that's good but not broken, that's where they should go, right? Spend a couple points on your engine, but you still have some points left over to spend on non-engine, but you don't get to play the really broken non-engine or whatever. And then there's the really powerful engines where they should take up either all of your points, or you should even not be able to play all of your engine. Where like, let's say Draco Tail, for example, would be one of the best decks in Genesys format by far, if we're just going off of engine quality. You cannot play all of the Draco Tail cards at 3. The points don't let you do that. And that, I think that's the 3 categories I'm thinking in. Like, either your engine is weak, so it should be completely free. Your engine is solid, it should cost some points, but you should have some points left over. Or your engine is broken or powerful, it needs to be all of your points into your engine. And maybe even then you don't get to do everything, right? That's how I feel. And I think Odeon is in the middle category. I think Odeon is fine to exist. I think it's fine if they get to play all of the Odeon cards, but if they play all of the Odeon cards, they should not have 100 points left over. That's how I feel about Odeon. That's where I feel about some of the decks that are currently being played. And I think Vanquish Soul is closer to the third category than the middle category. I think Vanquish Soul is closer to, if you play this deck, you should put most of your points into your engine. Then you should have like 70 points left over, how it is right now.
Just like Dominus Purge only costs 10, so they can really play super strong non-engine and also have like strong engine on top. And this one is still, even if they don't draw like the non-engine super strong when they go first, they make super oppressive boards. And this has to get points on its engine. Points. I suggest the field spell.
I think Odeon is an important playstyle to exist, though. I think Odeon is important to have in Genesys format. That's why I don't want to like punish it too hard, because I like that stuff like this exists. You know, I like that there are decks that function on a little bit of a different axis are in this format. I think overall the playstyle of Odeon is healthy. And something we should encourage in Genesys format. So I really don't want them to hit it too hard, but I don't think, once again, if we look at the power level of this deck, I don't think, like also in a grind game, I don't think this deck should have 100 points left over to spend.
Having 33 points, the Treasures of the King needs to have 33 points as every other searcher, and I don't know, maybe the Man with the Mark give him 10 points or something like that, so they have to decide if they want to play 3 field spells or if they want to have strong non-engine. So this deck has to get some points, or maybe get the Apophis some
just
points.
Just a couple of 5 points here, 10 points there. I think
it could also be enough to just give the field spell 33 points, because they have to play at least one, and then they cannot stack that up, or you could also do the same with the Man with the Mark, but
field spell 10, Man 10, Apophis 3.
This deck is not as impressive as it is right now. And the last thing I want to talk about in this video is about Archmage. I don't think Archmage needs to be hit that hard, but it's a really, really good engine, and it doesn't cost any points, right? And if you have a strong
once again, Archmage, on top of that, out of those 3 categories I just talked about, definitely in the middle. It's not a bad engine that should be completely free because it's like awful. It's good enough to get some points. It shouldn't be taxed too hard.
So strong non-engine.
No engine should be 0. No, I don't agree with that. There's definitely engines that need to be 0. There's engines that deserve to play all the non-engine they want. That's fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Like they can take 100 points for a non-engine. Yeah, this isn't really healthy. So give Archmage some points. Maybe give some points to Medius the Pure. Give him like 10 points or something like that. So they cannot play their non-engine. Like at 100 points, they have to get down on a non-engine bit and play some worse non-engine, and maybe give Finmel, I think this is a one-off, give it like another 10 points or something like that, or give it 15 points. Just give some cards some points, so they won't be able to play really strong non-engine and aren't that strong overall anymore, and other decks can keep up with that because they produce super strong boards, and when they have strong non-engine on top of that, if they have an Ash Blossom, a lot of decks can't even play against, cannot play through an Ash Blossom. So strong board and also Ash Blossom seems kind of unfair in Genesys. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope.
I mean, it was a solid discussion. Most of these things we've talked about before. There was nothing like there was no outrageous hot take in here. It was basically a lot of these cards are basically exactly the cards that I've seen discussed in Genesys format over the last couple of weeks. You know, like people have been talking mainly about Vanquish Soul, Odeon, and Archmage in terms of the top tier decks. We're talking about cards like Powers Monsters. We're talking about VFD. We're talking about some Floodgates that are still left in the game. We're talking about Shifter. I'm surprised we got no mention on Flying Sea. But other than that, it was a lot of things that have been it's been ideas that have been talked about. I wish they talked about hand traps and board breaker points. I mean, for the most part, one thing that I guess was missing from this discussion is what cards should go down in points, right? Because, you know, there's certainly cards on the list that should go down, whether it's engines or staples. We haven't talked about Pot of Extravagance, which, I mean, but also the thing is, there's no need in discussing Pot of Extravagance because there was communication in this regard. You know, they already said Pot of Extravagance is going to get points. Everyone's playing it. Many are winning with it. It's warping deck construction around itself. So we would consider it a textbook example of a card that is outperforming its contracts and it will quickly get a raise. There's no reason to speculate here because we're actually getting, this is Genesys format. We're getting communication sometimes. And so we already know Pot of Extravagance is basically super likely to be on the next point update. You know, that is going to happen most likely. So no reason to speculate about that, right? Is the board breaker over hand trap philosophy good for Genesys or not? So are you referring to the fact that in general board breakers are less expensive than hand traps on average? I think that's what you mean. I would tend to agree. I think board breakers are on average cards that provide healthier gameplay than hand traps. Because hand traps basically are not always, but often about stopping your opponent from playing, whereas board breakers are more about like actually letting your opponent do something and then dealing with it, which I think is a more fundamentally, that's a more back and forth type of gameplay. And so I do think cards like Ultimate Slayer or Super Poly or whatever are definitely healthy. I think more of the breakers like Chalice and Book of Moon should be 0 points. They definitely overshot with some of these. I was shocked to find Book of Moon at like 7 points. When I looked, I was looking for quick play spells to use in Radiant Typhoon, and I saw Book of Moon is 7 points. I thought that was crazy. Is Forbidden Chalice also points? Forbidden Chalice is 5 points. Yeah, these are going to be 0 eventually, I think. Or 3 or something like that. You know, I feel like in general, there are a couple. I mean, look, it's a very long list of cards, and it's being released basically for the first time. 538 cards on here. There's gonna be a lot of examples of cards that are slightly overcosted or undercosted. This is something where we just have to give this format a little bit of time to figure this kind of stuff out, you know? There's a lot of cards, honestly. There's a decent chunk of cards that I'm like, pretty impressed with how well they've basically nailed exactly the point where I feel like it's playable, but not an auto include. There's a lot of cards like that where, like, I don't know. I think a great example for this is Pot of Greed. I've said this last time as well, but I think 30 points for Pot of Greed is very, very good. In the beginning, it sounded crazy to me because I was like, what? I can play 3 Pot of Greeds? But then you realize like non-engine is a very important part in Yu-Gi-Oh! So like giving up basically all of it for 3 Pot of Greeds is not a decision you make very easily. It's not a decision that you can just make and be happy with it in any single deck. You know, there's a lot of decks that cannot do this or don't want to do this, but in some decks, it is a genuine option to play 3 Pot of Greeds for 90. So there's a couple of cards like that where you play it and you feel like you're getting a good deal, but it's not an auto include. Pot of Greed works like that. I think Dark Hole is another card that works like that. Dark Hole has been a pretty solid choice for 3 points. You know, whenever I have leftover points, I consider Dark Hole, but I never automatically include Dark Hole because it's so cheap. You know, I would like to see Pot of Greed at 33 because I don't want people to fit 2 Droll alongside it, but I'm not too pressed about that one. Sure. I think to be fair, the more cards they put at 33, like if they put more cards at these odd numbers like 33 and so on, I would like them to put more cards at 1 because I think it's like, I don't know, it bothers me when I put 3 cards in my deck that are together they have 99, but then I just can't get to 100. Maybe that's just a me problem, but like I feel like most of the cards at 1 are more like all the rank up stuff is more, they're more like here to prevent combos with 100 point cost cards, right? A lot of the ones. But yeah. The min, yeah, I want to, you know, if I have 100 points to spend, I want to use those 100 points. What is Nib at? Nib is at 10 points, and I honestly think Nib is a little too expensive at the moment. Just a little. Nib should never be 0, but Nibiru at 10 just doesn't see a whole lot of play. I feel like 7. I think 7 is okay. Strikes me like a solid 7, just like Fuva. I think Fuva is also fine at 7, maybe 5 to 7 for those. Because they are powerful answers. They are powerful silver bullets against certain strategies, but they are not nearly as potent against the variety of decks that Genesys has. How about 5? Yeah, 5 to 7 I think is fine. Charmies should be 0. Chat, do not argue with me. I'm right. No, you are wrong. The reason why Charmies should not, there's certain types of cards, in my opinion, that should never be 0 points, and that is cards that severely punish one certain playstyle, even if that playstyle is something that you don't like combo decks or whatever. I think making these cards 0 makes side deck construction rather boring, and it punishes playing these decks way too hard. Like there should be a realistic answer to decks like that in the form of like Droll or Nibiru or Charmies, but you should give up some points if you want to cover for those decks. If there's no opportunity cost at all at playing Molcharmi Fuvalos is going to be in every single side deck, which not only makes side deck construction less interesting, but it also makes it impossible to play any deck that just loses to Fuva. Which some people might say, good, if your deck loses to Fuva, it shouldn't exist. I don't think that's true. I think some more gimmicky combo strategies have a right to exist in a format like this. And like, you know, it's the same thing. Like Droll and Lockbird should not be 0 points. Even though it does counter some strategies and some toxic stuff, but like, you know, should I never be able to play Dragon Ruler because everyone side decks Droll? Droll is already a popular card at 5 points. How popular would it be if it was 0? You know, like these types of cards should have some points associated with it. Cards like Charmies that are mostly side deck cards should be less expensive, but not 0. They should print regular runic monsters so we can fuse them in Genesys. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Zweep, thank you for the 21 months. Welcome back. I appreciate the continued support. Also, Cam the Ghoul, thank you for the gifts up to Peeps earlier. Appreciate that. Peeps is right about Charmies in advance. They should always resolve. That is a entirely different topic. That is an entirely different topic. In advance, that's a different story. But you're not wrong on that one, in my opinion. Metamorphosis is only 10 points, so you can summon Runic Hugin in Genesys. I mean, yeah, I know you can. I know you can, yeah. It's very funny, yeah. Yeah. Are there any cards that are like kind of low and you feel like they have a lot of potential, but no one has used them to great potential yet? I think one example that they've mentioned in this blog post was Mirage of Nightmare, which is a card that they expected to see more play because it was only 10 points, but no one is really bothering with it too much. I've tried it a little bit in Radiant Typhoon because you can self-MST it, but realistically, you know. Tour Guide. Adventure Engine is very cheap. What is Adventure Engine at? Rite of Aramasir is 5 points. Enchantress is 5 points. Wandering Griffin Rider is 20 points. Fateful Adventure is not on here. I guess Draco Back also isn't on here. Okay. So the entire Adventure Engine is 50 points. That's playable. I wouldn't call it cheap, but it's playable. Yeah, you know, 50 points for the Adventure Engine is not the worst deal I've ever seen. Nizokaru, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Vernusylph, best deck in Genesys. Vernusylph, no points. Yeah, Vernusylph is not a bad engine, you know. You know what's really cool? I know that is another... This actually fits the current topic because both Mudora and Keldo are 1 point. I think these cards are just waiting to find a deck in Genesys format. And speaking of Vernusylph, you could play those very well in that deck. Like both Keldo and Mudora, really high quality cards for 1 point. Like, yo, does Naturia have any points? I think Naturia Beast is expensive. Naturia Beast is probably... Oh, 50. Okay. Naturia Beast. Naturia Barkion. Exterio. Oh, just the end. Oh. Naturia main deck is 0 points. That's neat. Orange Light is Orange Light free? Yeah, Orange Light is free. You can do some stuff with that, I'm sure. Like Naturia, Vernusylph with Mudora and Keldo, and maybe Herald of the Arclight, because I think the Vernusylphs also have some fairies. I could see that. That's the problem with a new format like this. Like I feel like I have too many ideas and too little time to try them all. But I mean, we're going to start doing Genesys remote duels on stream soon, I think. I just want Beatrice to be 97 so I can play it with a tour guide. Is Beatrice the only BA card? Yeah, there's no BA. It's just Beatrice at 100. I mean, realistically, they should just keep Beatrice at 100, but I don't know if Tour Guide needs 3 points. I think that's more like it. I don't necessarily think Tour Guide needs to be any points. Like, I think Beatrice 100 points is fine, but then they can just put Tour Guide to 0. I'd also take that alternative. I mean, that's better for you, right? Because then you can play 3 Tour Guide and Beatrice. Beatrice, time and time again, has proven to be a problem. It has a lot less problematic potential in Genesys format, though, because like a lot of the crazy stuff that people have done with it, you just can't do if you spend 100 points on Beatrice. Reduce the points of my 6 samurais and Shien cards, or my frogs, or my rescue aces. You can have the frogs, but you can't have the 6 samurais. Frogs, completely unbiased here, by the way, but what they did to frogs is crazy. 33-point swap frog. 60-point Ronin Totem. And 20-point Totally Awesome is crazy. 33 swap frog is criminal. You cannot convince me otherwise. Substitute is also on here. 60 points. But who cares about Substitute? Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion seems like a card that could be abused with 0 points. What makes you think that? Because Mecha Phantom Beast O-Lion was out forever, and it was only good when we got Link monsters. I just need them to bump the main deck Tearlament Fusers to 25 so I can play 2 and not insta-lose the Decro. That's it. I think Tearlament is... Look, I understand that this is a lot, but I kind of feel like it's okay the way it is. I kind of feel like it's fine. I think Tearlament is a very, very, very powerful deck. Tearlament might still, to this day, be the most powerful engine ever printed. In terms of just raw engine quality, I think Tearlament might be the most powerful Yu-Gi-Oh! Engine ever printed. So they need to be careful with that. I feel like I'm with you. I feel like they did overshoot the goal a little bit because they wanted to be rather safe than sorry with Tearlaments. You know, 50 on every Tearlament name, plus Rhino Heart, plus Kikkolos. It's harsh. It is harsh, but still. The only deck that can play these cards is Tistina. There's no other deck that can play these cards. I don't know what that means, peeps. I don't know what you're trying to tell me right now. I don't speak that language. We'll get a remote duel going soon and you'll see the vision. No, I'm down. I told you. I'm down to do a remote duel on stream. My Radiant Typhoon deck is ready to go. We can do it next week. No Runic? No, I'm playing Runic and Radiant Typhoon at the moment. I'm uploading the deck profile tomorrow. What would you hit from Radiant Typhoon? Radiant Typhoon, I think there's only 2 cards that are worth hitting. Nothing. It's not that successful, so I don't know if they need to hit it realistically. I think they could, if they wanted to hit the strongest card in Radiant Typhoon, I think that's Crocia. But realistically, I think some points on Radiant Typhoon Vision is just fine. Because the thing with Radiant Typhoon Vision is it's actually seeing a lot of play in other decks. Like I've seen people use it in, for example, Memento as a draw engine, like draw 2, discard a quick play spell, because you play a lot of quick play spells in Memento. So I think that card could get like 5 points or 10 points or whatever, but I feel like 10 is already kind of harsh. Like 5, I feel like would already be fine. And then you force this deck to not play 3 Pot of Greeds anymore as well. So yeah, it's kind of like an Allure of Darkness, right? It's like a, you want people to be able to play that card. So, and I think Allure is also 5 points. So I think that's fine. What do you think of Mirage of Nightmare and Radiant Typhoon? I like it. Like I said, I'm going to upload a deck profile tomorrow for Radiant Typhoon Runic. At the moment, I play 3 Pot of Greed and 1 Mirage of Nightmare. That's my 100 points at the moment. But I will say, if they decide to put some points on some other Radiant Typhoon cards, I think it would be realistic to remove some Pot of Greeds, just because they are a lot of points. If you have to spend some points on Vision and some points on Crocia, for example, I would consider cutting the pots and play like 3 Mirage of Nightmare for 30 points, just to have more space, like more points left over. Address the ninja drama. What's the ninja drama? Because ninja have points? Is that the drama? 20 for Mazen, 20 for Yaguramaru. Is that it? Or is there another card that's not called ninja? Like ninjutsu or something? Their points are absurd? This is absurd to you? This is 2 cards at 20 points each. Yeah, big drama. Can't believe what they did to ninjas in Genesys format. No, realistically, this might seem weird from a perspective coming from the advanced constructed format, where ninja has never done anything. But it's like they did some testing in this format beforehand, and they found ninja to be pretty strong, so they put some points on ninjas. But not that many, so I'm sure you could still play it if you wanted to. You need to play multiple. So what? You can! You're acting like they put 60 points on these. You can play 2 of each or 3 in 1, and that's still only 80 points. So you can still play ninja. Mirage's Cheeks, couldn't that card come back to 3 in TCG? Absolutely could, yeah. Absolutely could. Mirage of Nightmare, I'll go as far and say Mirage of Nightmare is probably unplayable in Advanced Constructed. Because the only realistic use for Mirage of Nightmare is played in a deck to try and draw hand traps on your opponent's turn. The problem is, if you're playing a deck with a lot of hand traps, you're not gonna have no cards in hand. It's like it's a terrible argument, because decks that play enough hand traps to consistently draw hand traps with Mirage of Nightmare are not gonna have no cards in hand, because they're gonna draw hand traps in their opening hand. And so you're gonna like draw maybe 1 or 2 cards with Mirage of Nightmare because you have hand traps in hand. So it's, yeah, Mirage of Nightmare is terrible. Like even in Genesys format where you can play 3 for 30 points and the format is slower and you have a lot more realistic ways to actually destroy it because like the MST deck is viable, even there it doesn't see a whole lot of play. And by not a whole lot, I mean like practically none. So you would need to have only proactive hand traps like Bystials or something of the sort. You'd have to, it would more like, you'd have to play cards like Dominus cards that you can set on the first turn, but when you draw them on your opponent's turn, there's still hand traps, but there's not enough of those to make it work in Advanced Constructed. It's not like you can build a deck around that. And then going second, it's still going to be a completely dead card. Is Genesys considered modern Yu-Gi-Oh? I would like it to be that. Yes, I'm still mixing up my terms when I'm talking about it sometimes, because sometimes I say modern Yu-Gi-Oh and what I mean is advanced constructed format. This is why I'm trying to call both of them are TCG, both of them are modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I think, but one of them is advanced constructed and the other one is Genesys format, is how I like to distinguish between the two, because I do think this is modern Yu-Gi-Oh, and I do think we should treat it as such, because that creates the right expectations for people that enter this format, because you're not going to get the gameplay here from 2015, from 2016, you know? Maybe some older strategies are more viable, but in general, the interactions and the gameplay itself is more modern than what we had 10 years ago. And the way I like to look at it is the thing that I said earlier. I think this is more like, this is what Yu-Gi-Oh would be like if they never made Link Monsters, right? This format is basically what Yu-Gi-Oh would have been if they just didn't make Link Monsters 8 years ago, right? And on top of that, with, in my opinion, a better balancing system than the Forbidden Unlimited list. Yeah, it's alternate timeline Yu-Gi-Oh is how I feel about it. But it is still way more modern than anything that happened in 2017, right? Like you're gonna play against you're still, you know, you're gonna play against a Vanquish Soul deck, a Generator deck, an Odeon deck, and these decks are still gonna feel more powerful than what decks did in 2015. That, to an extent, is natural, right? Like decks getting more powerful over time, engines getting more powerful, more grindy and stuff like that. That is a normal development in Yu-Gi-Oh, but like we are still taking out the explosion in power level that Link Monsters provided, right? And so it's more like it's more in line of what you would expect if you basically, it has like a tolerable amount of power creep, I would say, if you're from the perspective of someone who quit when Lynx came out. What are they doing in that Despia deck? Ooh, someone asked me to look at that earlier, yeah. Branded Despia, top 8 at the Invitational in Sao Paulo. Okay, we play one Branded Fusion because that card is 33 points. We play one Mirror Jade because that card is 33 points, but we are choosing to not play a second copy of Branded Fusion or Mirror Jade. Instead, we're using it some of these points on engine and non-engine instead. We play 3 Book of Eclipse for 15. We play 3 Cartesia. We play Goddess with the Third Eye. So 2 Quems for 6, 2 Cartesias for 6. Side deck, we have 2 Dark Holes for 6. So we could have played more Quem or Cartesia, but we chose not to. We're siding Dark Hole instead. That's interesting. Lightning Vortex is very funny. What is the Goddess with the Third Eye here for? To make Millennium Eyes restrict or something? Siding up. Oh, they're siding Upstart Goblin. True. Millenniumizer Strict is insane. Ooh, they're not playing Lubellion in the extra deck. Is Lubellion also points? Ooh, it's also 33. Jesus. Okay. Well, I mean, it's still working, is the good news, I guess. You can play the deck without Lubellion, apparently. Albion is 0, which is something. No Allure. Allure is also points. Is Tragedy points? No. I guess playing Tragedy is weird because Allure is points and Foolish is points and Goldsark is points. So all the cards that access the Tragedy are not great. Right. I mean, this looks fun. This does look fun. But it doesn't look too broken or anything like that. Everything about this deck makes me want to play the format more, is the thing. Like, you compare this to even the branded decks in TCG. You know, this deck has no floods. Yeah. Been playing branded for the last week. It's good. I could see this being good still. That's the cool thing. Because, like, I mean, of course, this deck is probably going to fall apart relatively hard if it's hit with one Ash Blossom. So it's kind of banking on the fact that not every deck is playing Ash Blossom in Genesys format. But if you do resolve a branded fusion here, it is pretty strong. Are you planning to host some casual Genesys tournaments? I'm planning to implement Genesys format gameplay into my stream. I wanna get like maybe into a rhythm where we can have like 1 or 2 matches, because I've thought about this in the past. We've always had like remote duel streams where we do like remote duel, or like we play remote duels for the entire day, which is sometimes weird because it takes a lot of effort to set up, and it takes a lot of it takes a lot of planning to schedule like the individual games and stuff like that ahead of time. I thought about doing it a little bit differently in the future, where we just have like 1 or 2 games per stream. You know, like towards the end of the stream, I invite someone, like one person, to play a little bit of Genesys, which is a lot less scheduling and a lot less like time crit. Like, I don't have to finish the match in time for the next person and stuff like that. But I can just say like, okay, today at 4 p.m. we have someone joining the stream for a little bit of Genesys gaming, and then we do that, you know. And we could do that like multiple times a week. And then sometimes we play Genesys, sometimes we play Advanced Constructed with someone. And I think that's cool, right? I would like to do it remote. Yeah. Remote is how I would do that. Why no Edison? I did not say no Edison. This was just, it could be Edison. It could be Edison at some point. It would be more Genesys and more Advanced Constructed than Edison, but I'm down to play Edison every once in a while. It's not excluding anything. Have you considered trying Master Duel Genesys? I have, and we've done it before. I've opened a room and we played some Genesys on Master Duel, and it was fun. It was fun. However, I think it's weird because it's not the same format, and that's just awkward to me. Like, I want to play. If I'm playing Genesys on stream, I want it to be actual Genesys content. I want it to be applicable to people that are playing Genesys. And if I'm playing a format that that's missing some key cards and some key archetypes from the actual format. You know, not being able to play literally some of the best decks in the format right now makes it so that you cannot test or you cannot properly create content for a competitive Genesis format on Master Duel. You know, no Vanquish Soul, no Odeon, no Onomat. No, Onomat might be there. I'm not sure actually. But like, you know what I mean? Like no Radiant Typhoon, no Archmage. It's just all missing, you know? And so it's like, it's no. Yeah, no Onomat either. Yeah. That's weird. Right? That's weird. My opinion. Oh yeah. For me, remote duels is the most hype. I will get to doing that. I wanted to to be honest with you, I wanted to do that for this weekend already, but last week I've been a little it's been a little hard for me to prepare much for the last couple of streams because we were both sick, my fiance and I. First I was sick and in bed for a couple of days, and then she got sick as well for the next couple of days, and so it was like I've been out of the loop for a couple of days last week. So I wanted to do that this week already. I'll try to get it done for next week already, so we can have like a couple of remote duel games, maybe one a day or something. If I can find someone, maybe other content creators or other Yu-Gi-Oh players that I'm friends with. Like maybe if I have someone join me on stream like a couple times, it'd be cool, I think. And then eventually we can also get back to like having a remote duel stream with like my subscribers and stuff like that. Speaking of which, if you want to support the channel and get access to the Discord subscriber role and stuff like that, if you have a free Prime laying around, it's going to cost you nothing. You won't get ads, and you're going to make me very happy. And you can take part in subscriber remote duels that we do not very often. Does your fiance also play Yu-Gi-Oh? She used to a long time ago, but not anymore. Okay. Didn't she win with Ice Jade Runic at locals? No, she won a sneak peek. I think it was the one, we still have the mat from it. The mat that that had the Exodia on it. I think it's Infinite Forbidden. Yeah. She won that. Can we finally play a good game like Pokemon ZA? We will soon. We will soon switch over. I mean, we're having a fun conversation right now about Genesis format, but I feel like we are nearing towards the end of that discussion. And I don't think we have enough time to build the cube today, because I do want to get to some Pokemon in a bit. So yes, we will. But I still want to. I think I'm postponing the cube, but yeah, I still want to do that on stream. But I don't think we have enough time for that today if I want to do all of it. What cube? Are you familiar with the concept of a cube, or what cubing is in card games? Basically, a cube is a cube is a selection of cards that you use to draft with some friends. And draft is a concept where you open a pack of cards, you pick a card, and then you hand the cards, like you sit around the table, and then you hand the cards to the next person, and they pick a card, and so on and so forth, right? So like, cube is basically the same thing as drafting, with the only difference that drafting is something you usually do with booster packs, and a cube is something where you create the cards yourself, right? Where you create the it's not you're not drafting from a booster pack. You're drafting from a pre-selected number of cards, so you don't have to buy new packs every time you cube, right? It's like making your own booster packs. Yes. So I think that's it's really, really fun. And I've been wanting to have my own, because I actually cube relatively frequently at big tournaments with friends when they bring their cubes. But I've always wanted to create my own, and I've never gotten around to it yet. So I figured, like, why not do it on stream? You know, it could be fun. People can throw me some ideas of what kind of cards I could add to the cube, and then when we're done, I'm gonna order the cards and actually build the cube, and then I could even make some content out of it. And like I can stream like how I stream my locals. I could stream like the drafting and then playing with the cube. I could see that being fun. But most importantly, I want to have my own cube, basically. And so I've been wanting to do that on stream to create that. But yeah, I will probably do that next week then. Because I don't feel like we have enough time to do it, because that probably takes a while. I don't know. I've never done it before, but I feel like we can't knock that out in like 30 minutes or something. How many players is it? I mean, I don't always play with the same people. Ideally, it should be anywhere from 4 to 8. I feel like I don't think I've ever cubed with more than 8 people. So realistically, it'd be fine if it's enough for 8 people, but it should also be possible with less. Like with ideally a minimum of 4. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Drafting is fun, you just can't do it with most sets, which is exactly where the cube comes in, right? Because you are correct. Yu-Gi-Oh! Drafting sets are not made for drafting in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's just not really part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Culture at the moment to draft with Yu-Gi-Oh! set. I mean, I guess it's a chicken before the egg type of situation, because are Yu-Gi-Oh! Sets bad for drafting because no one drafts Yu-Gi-Oh! Or does no one draft Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Sets are bad to draft? I would argue it's because the sets are bad to draft that no one drafts. But I don't know. It's just not something that is that's part of our game as much as it is in, for example, Magic. Where in Magic, I think it's a very normal thing to draft with booster packs, and I feel like the booster sets are at least partially created with that in mind. Which would be cool in Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not the case. And so essentially, a cube is making your own draftable set, where you can then leave out some of the archetypal cards that don't work together and stuff like that, you know? I wouldn't draft IRL. I don't see the appeal. It's fun. That's it. That's all I have. But if you don't like it, then I guess don't do it. A cube with every floodgate in the game. It'd be a funny concept to create. The concept is funny. Of course, the playing experience would be horrible. But if you could try to make a cube that's just about the most miserable playing experience as possible, where everyone just drafts the craziest way to not make the opponent play the game. Because the funny thing is, if the full cube is full of floodgates, you have a meta developing where it's not actually the floodgates that you're trying to draft, because those are not a win condition, because no one is trying to play. Everyone is just trying to floodgate the opponent. So what is the actual win con? It's like you try to draft like the one that can actually attack, like Apache or Inspector Border or something, and that's your win con then. And then all of a sudden, everyone else, the priority is not drafting the floodgates. The priority is drafting like answers to Inspector Border. It'd be a very chaotic and funny experience, I feel like. There's a lot of funny things you can do with cubes if you're the one who designs it. That's why I want to make my own. Isn't that the stun mirror match? Basically. Yeah.